and a professor of nephrology at UFRJ. And if you connect to the Meet Zone, you'll be able to talk to our partners. Let's get started. Hello, good morning. First and foremost, I want to thank Jose and Rodrigo Villar for the opportunity to participate in this panel with such great contributions to the healthcare system. And this is an increasingly important event which has been taken on an extremely important position in the healthcare ecosystem. I have the honor to moderate this panel. I am Bruno Zavadsky, an infectologist, and I have the opportunity to be with two extremely skilled professionals with me, who also happen to be my friends. One of them is Dr. Marcelo Debo, a doctor and also a nurse, and an executive director at the Badim Hospital. The other professional who's with us in this panel is Dr. Eduardo Rocha. He's also a nephrologist and a professor at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, an entrepreneur, and it will be a great opportunity and also a pleasure to be with them and sharing this panel with them. We have an increasingly greater demand for professionals that have skills in the healthcare industry, and it's not by chance that professionals that really stand out in the healthcare industry, they have a series of well-developed skills, such as cognitive skills, techniques, both integrative and contextual, interpersonal relations, effective relationships, and mental habits, and the effect-related competencies and the mental competencies are even more important in this period, which is thankfully coming to an end, the pandemic that we went through. Continued education is fundamental in the development of these competencies. We know that over the course of the training of these healthcare professionals, it's not always possible to develop all of these competencies. And more than that, these competencies were only really well defined at the end of the 2000s when the healthcare courses defined which competencies should be developed by healthcare professionals. And that is being constantly updated since this is a dynamic market. After this short introduction, and without further ado, I want to ask a first question to Marcelo and ask him to tell us, and that is important because Marcelo, He became a very prominent professional as a nurse, and then only did he become a doctor. And that's important to highlight. So I would like for him to explain which competencies he had to develop and reinforce over the course of his career before he became such a prominent professional. Thank you. I want to thank Bruno and the organizing committee. I also want to say that it is a pleasure to be here with you. It's a pleasure to be with Eduardo Costa, whom I worked with a long time ago. So I'm really flattered to be here sharing this panel with you. My background is quite eclectic, so to speak. I started way back in the past, no need to mention the year, as a nurse, and very proud to be a nurse. I worked for a well-renowned company that also helped me achieve visibility in the market, and I had the opportunity to work with the owner of that company, who was an excellent entrepreneur, and the entire group that worked at the company was like that, and this led me to develop competencies that, as Bruno said, we aren't prepared for at university, especially because we're talking about countless competencies, and we tend to have a more segmented perspective, not really a holistic. And I think that the pandemic worsened the situation because people continued with their studies, be they physicians, nurses, therapists, and of course, the education migrated to an online setting, which is a concerning aspect of the current education. People did not have the opportunity to go to labs and other important training settings. So I had several opportunities before I had this opportunity, and I would say that actually you have a hard path to tread, and you have to look for competencies within yourself. I think that when it comes to your skills, you have to find your skills with the company you work for, and also within yourself. But I think that the biggest complexity is that the world is extremely diverse and complex versus the transformations of technology. So I think that this combination will require the development of these capabilities. So new requirements and needs, and being able to cater to these different demands is essential. Finding out what competencies you have, what you need to have, which competencies that the company needs you to have is extremely important. But I think, Bruno, that most importantly, these competencies should exist for us to, well, more than to break a paradigm, we have to overcome this era. It's an era of transformation that's extremely dynamic. It's in constant transformation, and the type of work that we do is also getting transformed. So we cannot list only one single transformation. We have to be to keep our eyes open to identify these characteristics. If you ask me to list them or some of them, you mentioned a few competencies, but I think that they include technical competencies, which are the skills that you have to have in your professional role, and the essential skills, or the behavioral ones, which are extremely important these days. So a few things that come to mind that were really fundamental for me are, for one, to develop a critical thinking. That's extremely important. being able to think, criticize, and being able to develop yourself within the system. There's another competency that was also instrumental for me, which is the capacity to negotiate. If you want to take on an important position inside a company, you have to be able to negotiate. That was truly fundamental for me. Negotiating with partners, negotiating with the operator, negotiating with your peers. That was extremely important. And today, with this era of agility that we're now experiencing, we have a competency that we have to develop, which is to be agile in our decision-making process. This sense of urgency, that's extremely important. And for that, you have to have a holistic perspective. And these are abilities and skills that you have to acquire over time. And with this modern era and these ephemeris things that we see in the world, because things that used to be right in the past are probably no longer considered right, or may not be considered right anymore. So, for instance, you can no longer talk about communication as simply speaking. That has taken on a much wider perspective. You have to take social media into account. So it's not only about speaking when it comes to communicating. So not having a competency within a system, not having the skill to deal with costs, well, that's unimaginable. Companies are having to reinvent themselves when it comes to costs. So you must have people with these skills in your group. And it's not the same as it was in the past, that if you do not perform a certain task, that you're incompetent. But that's not the case. You're competent enough to perform other tasks, and that's what you have to find in a company. The competencies of an individual, so that they can deliver the best performance in the shortest period of time at the lowest possible costs. So when it comes to competencies, they include being agile in your decision-making process, being entrepreneurial. You have to be able to become an entrepreneur inside your own company at the workplace, and that's very important. Extended communication, the power of negotiation. You have to have that switched on at all times, every day, with your patients, with your assistant physician, with your collaborator, with your peers, with your shareholders, with your directors. And again, all that is essential in a systemic process. And going back to your original question, I think this sense of criticism was very important for me to be where I am. And this holistic perspective, that's why I used to say that my professional background is somewhat different, because I came from a nursing background, and then I went to law school and an MBA. I went to the Getúlio Vargas Foundation, and then to medical school, and all of that with the holistic perspective of where I wanted to be. So I developed the skills I didn't have in order for me to reach my goals. I don't know if I answered your question, but that's it. Thank you, Marcelo. It's really a pleasure to hear you speak. I had the opportunity to learn a lot from what you mentioned about these competencies. I had the opportunity to work with you as my director for a certain period, and I also had the opportunity to be your professor at medical school. See that I was his director and he was my professor. So who's gonna punish who? Yeah, that was really nice. But Edu, you're a professor at a renowned school, which is the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, and the medical school. And you graduated a long time ago. You're an experienced professional, and you certainly had to develop lots of these competencies and learn others. So today, I would like you to talk about this entire process. But if you had to teach your students which competencies they have to learn, which ones would you teach? I am sure that you already do that with your students, but which competencies would you say that they have to develop so that in the future they're able to take on a prominent role?
Bruno, thank you. It is a pleasure to be here among friends. You are an amazing nephrologist from a new generation. I think we are 20 years of age apart. You are probably around 40 and I'm almost 60. And Marcelo, I admire him greatly. And I admire Marcelo because of his career path. You know, if all physicians could have this experience, you know, of caring for people through nursing, nursing has a lot to teach us. And I think that we sometimes are arrogant regarding nurses, and this cannot be justified. I think we are improving, but there's still a long way to go. And as he said, he has connections in law and gastronomy, hospital management, people management, process management. This is such a contemporary career. I'd like to take this opportunity to be here. You know, I'd like to thank Manuela, Flavia, and everyone from the FIS initiative. And you know, you were very good at bringing people together. Speaking about today's subject specifically, of course, we are living through an age of transformation. And through this age of transformation, people who are more open, who have had contact with different areas, they have an edge, I would say, an advantage. I graduated in 1986. It was before the internet, before Facebook, before cell phones. That was quite a while ago. I've graduated 35 years ago. Throughout these decades, as you said, Bruno, I went to a traditional university, which was founded over 200 years ago. So it's a traditional university that faces the challenge of updating itself. And it's not just the institution that has to be updated, people as well. And it's really important that we are all aware of changes. And I like to make some comparisons or analogies. In this transformation, I think that the health area is lagging behind. You know, the field of economy, for instance, is moving faster than us. Some Nobel Prizes in economy were given recently for behavioral economy area. There are many authors who write about behavioral economy, and these authors show us that human beings do not make decisions in a cognitive manner. So the traditional cognitive way of teaching medicine based on, you know, financial reasoning, when people compare prices, this is not considered anymore, because human behavior is much more complex. Now we know, and this applies to every area. So that applies to health as well. We've lost, quote unquote, some time teaching medicine based only in memory and cognition. Oftentimes, we learn a lot of information and we memorize a list of drugs or antibiotics, and we don't even need this. Whereas the best student was not necessarily the one with the best memory. But although we've left this behind, we still don't have a syllabus that allows other competences to be developed. In my experience, I've had the luck to develop extracurricular areas and combine that to traditional areas. So I did a residence, a master's, a PhD. I had the opportunity to go to Harvard, to Paris, and all these experiences gave me a great foundation. But I tell my students, this is not enough, which is good, because if we're capable of developing competences in other areas, this is going to be great. I have a passion right now, which is analyzing the transformation between the music industry or the arts industry and bringing that to health. And that's why the Santé FM project was born. But in summary, we need extracurricular activities, other activities, and they shouldn't even be considered extracurricular. Some universities are incorporating playful activities in the syllabus, activities about art, activities about gastronomy. The human being is much more complex than just biology and physiology. I hope I did not speak for too long, but I think we can go on with this conversation in the next minutes. Great, Eduardo. Thank you. You've actually mentioned something that I'd like to piggyback on, moving on to the next subject. If we think about continuous learning and active teaching methodologies and their importance to develop these competences, there's still a lot to be done beyond cognitive competences or or learning specific techniques. We need to broaden our vision. And I think that health professionals, they do need to develop different competences. Currently, we have many initiatives led by some startups and by some educational companies with new methodologies. And this is helping to develop soft skills, for example. We currently have a demand and a higher need to develop this type of skills. And I believe that the connection to do that is training and is ongoing continuous learning. However, in some companies, they still face this as a cost and not as an opportunity or as an investment, an opportunity to develop their professionals and therefore to improve their results. Marcelo, would you like to say something about these initiatives connected to ongoing education, continuous learning? How can we use them to develop these different areas? Yes, of course. As you were speaking, I was nodding here. As you know, I am a believer in education. In the past, we had continuous education, but in the end, it was about nursing. It was more focused on nursing. And today, we've changed that. You are one of the people who were actually leading this change and this work. I'm a fan of this change, of these different matrices. Companies can only react swiftly to changes and to incoming technologies and innovation without having to start from scratch. They can only do that if they are very well structured in their concepts. And these concepts can only be structured if we have ongoing education, a sound program for ongoing education. And even when we do know what is the concept and what the company is about, we have to constantly learn. When we finally understand what the company is about and what it does, this information is not lost. Currently, we have many tools, software, libraries, and they have to be made available for everyone. So a training can never be seen as cost. Quite the opposite. Training is really important to reach results. And I have this mindset of an executive, so we are always talking about results. But maybe there's something that I have learned, which is valuing training, valuing behaviors, different behaviors. I give a lot of training. I like to give training, and I really value these behavioral skills. I think this is something that really sets people apart, as human beings. And that's what's going to create a difference from hospital A to hospital B. And it's not just about hospitals, of course. Education needs to be constant, ongoing, and a joint process. It cannot be segmented. If you were going to talk about a protocol for a specific medical area, you need to look at techniques, behaviors, and we have to look at the doorman of the hospital. That's the first point of contact for patients. So oftentimes we provide training and we forget the doorman. So training is key. And we have so many tools available today. I've used some IBKL tools, and they were a technical upgrade, an important technical upgrade for us. So I'm all for it. I cannot fathom managing an institution without having this fundamental department for education, or this perspective on education. Thank you. Thank you. Eduardo, how can these more traditional universities, as you mentioned, you are from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, which is a centenary institution. How do these institutions look at these new methodologies? How do they try to incorporate this into traditional teaching methods so that we can develop these competences in future professionals for the health market, with the goal of improving their training, their academic background, and also with the goal of making it easier for them to enter the labor market in the health area? We have some people, of course, who are more used to traditional methods. And on the other hand, we have the need for new initiatives, for methodologies, for training. How is this seen within traditional universities? Bruno, I'm going to give you a personal opinion, okay? One of the reasons why we have universities is precisely to foster different opinions and different perspectives, teaching people how to disagree and then reach a consensus. I usually disagree more than I agree. So we can look once again at the transformation that happens in different areas. I'm going to talk about painting, the painting universe. If we look at an artistic movement, Impressionism, for instance, from the late 19th century, there were many artists involved in this movement. Many artists remained more traditional artists. Of course, Impressionism had an impact on how we represent human figures or objects. Before that, painting was seen almost as a portrait. You had to reproduce what you saw. And then we had Monet, Van Gogh, all these Impressionist artists that changed this. But let's talk about Picasso. He had this very traditional background. I saw a painting that he painted. It's a physician by a bedside of a patient who's about to die. That's a very classic Picasso painting. He painted it when he was 15. And when we look at the transformation of his style throughout the next decades into the 20th century, it is amazing to see. So he preserved his traditional classic competences, and he also innovated. Universities, and this is my personal opinion, universities have this ability, or should have. We need to change our syllabus, and it's not easy to change a syllabus. New universities, I would say, even private universities, they have an advantage in that sense because they are swifter, they are more agile. And as Marcelo said, in today's world, today we change at a very fast pace. We have to make mistakes fast and correct them fast. And I think that we are lagging behind somehow. Let me give you a semiology example. I am a semiology professor, and I'm proud of that. So I teach patients how to listen to the heartbeats. And I don't give the traditional lesson. I start by explaining how the drums in a samba group work. What is the difference in sound, the difference in pace? How do all those instruments in a samba group work together in carnival? So we teach, and then I use this metaphor for heartbeat, for breathing, respiratory system. So I start with an area that's so different from medicine, but I think this is a way of attracting students' attention, engaging them, and maybe even inviting them to study music as well. Oftentimes you treat patients who are into jazz, who are into samba. Of course, we don't need to be experts in everything. But when we are health professionals, either in the front line or either in management, all of us as health professionals, we benefit a lot from having a broader perspective and different competences. As Marcelo said, all these competences can be very well developed. We don't need to be born with these skills, but these competences can be developed. The talent is there. It's just about training, and I believe that traditional universities have a challenge ahead. Their teaching methods have to be transformed to face market needs. May I comment quickly? Yes, of course. What Eduardo just said is really important. Being swift, agility to make decisions and to adjust to the modern world without hurting the company or without damaging the organizational culture. And I think that private universities have an advantage, maybe, which is the fact that they are swifter, they are faster, and they can maybe bring semiology, and you can create these analogies with sound or music. I'm a fan of these teaching techniques because I think it's much more engagement, and it helps students make sense out of what they're learning, which is really important. Currently, we have on universities that do amazing simulations, and they interact with different professionals. So drama students that simulate serving a patient, for instance, who's not feeling well, and that places students in a situation that's much closer to reality. So this is amazing. Congratulations on this initiative. I'd like to be present in one of your lessons of semiology. Thank you. Of course, you're invited, Marcelo. I wanted to mention that developing this interpersonal relationship and developing a relationship between professionals of different areas, this is really important. Oftentimes, we are not trained and we don't develop these skills in our academic years. And when we finish university, either as nurses or as physicians, and then we tell them, well, now you cross the street and you're going to start working in a hospital together with lots of people. What are the odds of things going wrong? They're high, right? Yes, not everyone's going to walk hand in hand and work in harmony. Yes, exactly. Adding to what you said, you use the word harmony. Oftentimes I suggest my students to join or to join a music band or a musical group or to study music. One of the ways that we have to develop interpersonal relationships, people think they're just learning music when they do that. That's the lesser important part. What really matters is to be together with other people, playing together. And that helps the most competent to bring the less competent upwards. So we level different levels. We bring together, we balance different levels of competence. When we go into the real world, of course, we will face challenges. And I've been playing at Monobloco, a band in Rio de Janeiro, for 17 years. And in Monobloco, it doesn't matter if you were a good player or a bad player. Oftentimes, we have great musicians who come in and they know a lot, but that doesn't matter. If you know a lot, fine, just teach the others. But, you know, more important than being a great player is being able to play together. That is an example, and it's a skill that is useful for any group of people, for a society and for a family. Yes, because you help the other people to get better, to improve. Yes, and you are proud to share what you've learned. And if you don't want to share your learning, maybe you were in the wrong place. Yes, you're right, exactly. Wow, what an amazing exchange of experiences. Unfortunately, our time is almost up, the time for this panel. I hope that you really enjoyed. And I would like to ask you to make your final remarks. We have a couple of minutes before we finalize. So Marcelo, you go first. Well, as a final message, I believe we should think about our personal skills, understanding our own limits. I think this is also important. What are our limits? We are not born with all of our skills, but we can develop different skills, whether they're technical, and technical abilities are easier to learn. But I would say most importantly, behavioral techniques and skills. And if I do it, anyone can do it. We all should think this way. Everything we've said this morning, all these skills, they have a common goal, which is serving patients. And everyone can develop them. So let's develop them, you know, let's have the initiative. This is going to be really important for us to reach whatever we want to reach as our goals in life. Thank you, Eduardo. You have the floor now. Well, once again, I wanted to thank for the opportunity of being here, part of this panel. And I'm surrounded by two colleagues and friends that put to practice everything we've said today. Bruno is the moderator. He didn't speak too much, but he's a highly qualified medical professional. He's a highly qualified manager, and I know that he has sports skills. And Marcelo, I really admire your personal career, your path. It is really important that we tell our stories because, you know, they can be inspiring. We are in a generation now that has easy access to so many things, which make things harder. You know, it's very hard to look at a professional and say, I wanted to be like him, I wanted to be like her, and I wanted to be like you. I can say that. So I thank you once again. I thank the FIS initiative. Congratulations. This week, we are looking and listening to a lot of inspiring people. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. You are inspiring yourself, Eduardo. Rest assured of that. Bruno was my student. And today we are all students and professors. Yes, yes, you're right. We are all students and professors. I was Eduardo's student as well after I graduated, and I worked with him as a nephrologist. I learned a lot from him. Well, and now you are the professor. You know, that's the world we live in today. We all have something to learn, and we all have something to teach. There's no hierarchy. It's about who we are, I would say. It's about who we are. That's what really matters. Thank Thank you all. Thank you both very much. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you. It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure. Thank you all very much.
Transformar o cuidado, criando soluções acessíveis, proporcionando excelência em cada detalhe, somando expertises e multiplicando as capacidades assistenciais. É para isso que o Américas existe. Composto por 18 hospitais e 37 centros médicos e centros de excelência, distribuídos em 5 estados brasileiros e no Distrito Federal, o Américas promove o cuidado em mais de 60 especialidades médicas. Juntas, nossas marcas formam um sistema integrado de serviços de saúde, garantindo acesso a um atendimento diferenciado em todas as fases da vida, com excelência no acolhimento, humanização e alta performance. É assim, unindo estrutura, solidez, experiência e paixão pela medicina, que cumprimos a cada dia a nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a viver de forma mais saudável e contribuir para que o sistema de saúde funcione melhor para todos. Onde tem Américas, tem saúde.
Trying to find my way. Every day, just trying to find my way. Every day.
É muito nova pra ficar tomando remédio pra louco. Essa geração é cheia de história.
I'm gonna break through.
Saúde mental é real. E quando alguém minimiza esse assunto, só aumenta o problema. Se você está passando por isso ou quer entender mais, a Amil pode ajudar. Saiba mais em amilsaudemental.com.br.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity. A surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others, repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right, once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science in everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease, the best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
O Rio tem um laboratório que se importa com você, certificado e acreditado. Não paramos um minuto sequer na pandemia, realizando mais de 1 milhão de exames por mês. Conheça mais. Laboratório Blessing, de mãos dadas com a saúde e com você.
Em meio a tantas mudanças, temos uma certeza: a saúde continua sendo um fator decisivo na vida das pessoas. 1 a cada 4 brasileiros busca um plano de saúde para ter atendimento de qualidade. São pessoas que se preocupam com uma boa assistência médica e odontológica, inclusive na hora de escolher um emprego. Além de oferecer saúde e melhorar o dia a dia das famílias brasileiras, os planos privados salvam vidas. Nós da Fena Saúde temos o compromisso de promover bem-estar e transformar a vida dos cerca de 50 milhões de beneficiários de planos médico-hospitalares e dos quase 30 milhões de brasileiros com planos odontológicos, proporcionando assistência 24 horas por dia. Criamos mais de 3 milhões de empregos. Realizamos mais de 1,5 bilhão de procedimentos médicos e odontológicos por ano. E movimentamos mais de 3% do PIB. Nosso desafio é garantir que a saúde suplementar acompanhe as transformações do mundo, priorizando a satisfação dos beneficiários. Nossa missão é oferecer saúde, cuidado e qualidade de vida para mais e mais brasileiros todos os dias, garantindo tranquilidade em tempos de tantas incertezas.
Fazer com que as pessoas façam mais, sintam-se melhor e vivam mais. Essa é a nossa missão na GSK. Somos uma empresa de saúde global com foco em ciência. Contamos com 3 negócios globais que atuam na pesquisa, desenvolvimento e fabricação de medicamentos, vacinas e produtos de consumo. Há mais de 110 anos, estamos transformando a saúde dos brasileiros. Somos líderes em soluções para a saúde em diversas áreas, como vacinas, HIV e respiratória. Nossos valores e expectativas guiam tudo o que fazemos na GSK e nos apoiam em nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a fazer mais, sentir-se melhor e viver mais.
Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare brings together trusted capabilities to healthcare organizations and partners that enhances patient engagement, empowers health team collaboration, improves clinical and operational data insights, and protects sensitive health data. This integrated solution enables your organization to quickly access a portfolio of released and new healthcare capabilities tailored to the unique requirements of health data in the cloud. It unlocks the power of Microsoft 365, Azure, Dynamics 365, Power Platform, and our extensive partner ecosystem to create trusted end-to-end healthcare solutions. Together, it makes it faster and easier to provide more efficient care and helps support the end-to-end security, compliance, accessibility, and interoperability of health data. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare empowers your organization to engage in more proactive ways with patients and gives caregivers tools to improve workflow efficiency, streamline collaboration, and connect data across existing sources to turn insight into action. Its connected cloud is designed to address your most pressing issues, enabling you with the speed and agility to adjust to change and build resiliency to help you weather today's challenges so you can begin to reimagine tomorrow. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare, empowering health organizations to deliver better experiences, better insights, and better care. Learn more at aka.ms/cloud4healthcare.
A Pronep Life Care, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil. Desde sua fundação, a Pronep Life Care já cuidou de mais de 35 mil vidas e atende em todo o país mais de 2.000 pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joy Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos, em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços, e no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil. De desenvolver o mercado, antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas, para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Seja qual for o seu caminho profissional, o Senac tem um curso para você aprender fazendo. Você pode começar uma profissão do zero ou seguir nossa trilha de desenvolvimento e se aprimorar cada vez mais na sua carreira. Aprender fazendo é a metodologia exclusiva do Senac, que tem foco na prática e faz toda a diferença na formação dos nossos alunos. Saiba mais sobre ela aqui no site. Depois, continue navegando para escolher seu curso e garantir sua matrícula. Senac, todas as formas de aprender fazendo.
Developed Protector, Environmental Infection Control. Based on international best practices, so we can assure a clean and safe hospital environment, the Protector Advantage is about people, process, and technology. Through education and management, it achieves expertly trained and motivated frontline cleaning staff committed to their vital role in eradicating hospital-acquired infections. Standard processes detail who is responsible for cleaning which items and areas and what products and techniques to use. Protector incorporates the latest, most effective, clinically proven cleaning and decontamination innovations from across the planet. And from assessment to auditing to analysis, it works with you to drive additional value from under-pressure financial resources, ensuring patients are kept free from harm so they can go home when they should. Protector, Environmental Infection Control from Sodexo. Your advantage in the fight against hospital-acquired infections.
Você está na FIS Week. Aqui você encontra as versões imersivas do nosso evento, que vou explicar mais tarde. Você pode escolher o idioma aqui. Aqui você encontra todas as áreas da FIS Week representadas por monumentos históricos. Na pirâmide, você pode acessar o FIS e ainda conhecer mais sobre a história da construção. Aqui você poderá assistir aos painéis do FIS 21, participar da discussão através do chat, enviando perguntas e comentários, além de conferir informações sobre o painel e os participantes. O mesmo vale para o Simetria e o Commits. Clique nos monumentos para acessar os eventos. Você também pode acessar a Meeting Zone no nosso mercado central. Lá você pode agendar um meeting com os nossos parceiros e encontrar outras pessoas que estão participando da FIS Week. E você também pode conferir a programação, os palestrantes, relaxar ouvindo música no nosso oásis e muito, muito mais. Aproveite a FIS Week e faça parte da maior experiência da saúde na América Latina.
Transformar o cuidado, criando soluções acessíveis, proporcionando excelência em cada detalhe, somando expertises e multiplicando as capacidades assistenciais. É para isso que o Américas existe. Composto por 18 hospitais e 37 centros médicos e centros de excelência, distribuídos em 5 estados brasileiros e no Distrito Federal, o Américas promove o cuidado em mais de 60 especialidades médicas. Juntas, nossas marcas formam um sistema integrado de serviços de saúde, garantindo acesso a um atendimento diferenciado em todas as fases da vida, com excelência no acolhimento, humanização e alta performance. É assim, unindo estrutura, solidez, experiência e paixão pela medicina, que cumprimos a cada dia a nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a viver de forma mais saudável e contribuir para que o sistema de saúde funcione melhor para todos. Onde tem Américas, tem saúde.
Trying to find my way. Every day, just trying to find my way. Every day.
É muito nova pra ficar tomando remédio pra louco. Essa geração é cheia de história.
I'm gonna break through.
Saúde mental é real. E quando alguém minimiza esse assunto, só aumenta o problema. Se você está passando por isso ou quer entender mais, a Amil pode ajudar. Saiba mais em amilsaudemental.com.br.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity. A surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others, repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right, once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science in everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease, the best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
O Rio tem um laboratório que se importa com você, certificado e acreditado. Não paramos um minuto sequer na pandemia, realizando mais de 1 milhão de exames por mês. Conheça mais. Laboratório Blessing, de mãos dadas com a saúde e com você.
Em meio a tantas mudanças, temos uma certeza: a saúde continua sendo um fator decisivo na vida das pessoas. 1 a cada 4 brasileiros busca um plano de saúde para ter atendimento de qualidade. São pessoas que se preocupam com uma boa assistência médica e odontológica, inclusive na hora de escolher um emprego. Além de oferecer saúde e melhorar o dia a dia das famílias brasileiras, os planos privados salvam vidas. Nós da Fena Saúde temos o compromisso de promover bem-estar e transformar a vida dos cerca de 50 milhões de beneficiários de planos médico-hospitalares e dos quase 30 milhões de brasileiros com planos odontológicos. Proporcionando assistência 24 horas por dia. Criamos mais de 3 milhões de empregos. Realizamos mais de 1,5 bilhão de procedimentos médicos e odontológicos por ano. E movimentamos mais de 3% do PIB. Nosso desafio é garantir que a saúde suplementar acompanhe as transformações do mundo, priorizando a satisfação dos beneficiários. Nossa missão é oferecer saúde, cuidado e qualidade de vida para mais e mais brasileiros todos os dias, garantindo tranquilidade em tempos de tantas incertezas.
Fazer com que as pessoas façam mais, sintam-se melhor e vivam mais. Essa é a nossa missão na GSK. Somos uma empresa de saúde global com foco em ciência. Contamos com 3 negócios globais que atuam na pesquisa, desenvolvimento e fabricação de medicamentos, vacinas e produtos de consumo. Há mais de 110 anos, estamos transformando a saúde dos brasileiros. Somos líderes em soluções para a saúde em diversas áreas, como vacinas, HIV e respiratória. Nossos valores e expectativas guiam tudo o que fazemos na GSK e nos apoiam em nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a fazer mais, sentir-se melhor e viver mais.
Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare brings together trusted capabilities to healthcare organizations and partners that enhances patient engagement, empowers health team collaboration, improves clinical and operational data insights, and protects sensitive health data. This integrated solution enables your organization to quickly access a portfolio of released and new healthcare capabilities tailored to the unique requirements of health data in the cloud. It unlocks the power of Microsoft 365, Azure, Dynamics 365, Power Platform, and our extensive partner ecosystem to create trusted end-to-end healthcare solutions. Together, it makes it faster and easier to provide more efficient care and helps support the end-to-end security, compliance, accessibility, and interoperability of health data. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare empowers your organization to engage in more proactive ways with patients and gives caregivers tools to improve workflow efficiency, streamline collaboration, and connect data across existing sources to turn insight into action. Its connected cloud is designed to address your most pressing issues. enabling you with the speed and agility to adjust to change and build resiliency to help you weather today's challenges so you can begin to reimagine tomorrow. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare, empowering health organizations to deliver better experiences, better insights, and better care. Learn more at aka.ms/cloud-for-healthcare.
A Pronep Lifecare, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil. Desde sua fundação, a Pronep Lifecare já cuidou de mais de 35 mil vidas e atende em todo o país mais de 2 mil pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joint Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos, em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços, e no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil. De desenvolver o mercado, antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas, para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Seja qual for o seu caminho profissional, o Senac tem um curso para você aprender fazendo. Você pode começar uma profissão do zero ou seguir nossa trilha de desenvolvimento e se aprimorar cada vez mais na sua carreira. Aprender fazendo é a metodologia exclusiva do Senac, que tem foco na prática e faz toda a diferença na formação dos nossos alunos. Saiba mais sobre ela aqui no site. Depois, continue navegando para escolher seu curso e garantir sua matrícula. Senac. Todas as formas de aprender fazendo.
Developed Protector, Environmental Infection Control. Based on international best practices, so we can assure a clean and safe hospital environment, the Protector Advantage is about people, process, and technology. Through education and management, it achieves expertly trained and motivated frontline cleaning staff committed to their vital role in eradicating hospital-acquired infections. Standard processes detail who is responsible for cleaning which items and areas and what products and techniques to use. Protector incorporates the latest, most effective, clinically proven cleaning and decontamination innovations from across the planet. And from assessment to auditing to analysis, it works with you to drive additional value from under-pressure financial resources, ensuring patients are kept free from harm so they can go home when they should. Protector, environmental infection control from Sodexo. Your advantage in the fight against hospital-acquired infections.
Você está na FIS Week. Aqui você encontra as versões imersivas do nosso evento, que vou explicar mais tarde. Você pode escolher o idioma aqui. Aqui você encontra todas as áreas da FIS Week representadas por monumentos históricos. Na pirâmide, você pode acessar o FIS e ainda conhecer mais sobre a história da construção. Aqui você poderá assistir aos painéis do FIS 21, participar da discussão através do chat, enviando perguntas e comentários, além de conferir informações sobre o painel e os participantes. O mesmo vale para o Simetria e o Comets. Clique nos monumentos para acessar os eventos. Você também pode acessar a Meeting Zone.
So we'll resume our schedule with the next panel, which is the Roche panel that will talk about integrating healthcare from diagnosis to treatment. Our moderator will be Vitor Muniz, and our panelists will be Antonio Silva, Strategy and Access Enabler, and Carlos Martins, the President of Roche Diagnostics Brazil. And now, let's check out what they prepared for us. Please don't forget to access our Meet Zone and talk to our partners. Don't miss out on this great opportunity. Hello, good morning. and thank you for participating in this initiative led by Roche. It's an honor for me to be here to introduce both Carlos Martins, who's the president of Roche Diagnostics Brazil. He'll talk about the diagnostic test, and Antonio Silva, who's a strategy and access enabler for One Roche initiative. So we'll have the perspective of discussing the aspects related to Roche Diagnostics and Pharma, and how to improve clinical outcomes for patients and also to improve the healthcare ecosystem. I want to start this session by asking Carlos, what is your perspective in terms of from diagnosis to prevention to treatment, and how the diagnostics area has been preparing itself and Roche as a whole to provide increasingly better healthcare, not only in Brazil, but across the world. Thank you, Carlos. You have the floor. Good morning, everyone. And greetings to all of the participants who are here with us. I want to thank the FIS organizers for inviting us to share our perspective about such an important subject, which is diagnosis and treatment, and how they integrate, and how we can cause a big impact on the ecosystem of healthcare in Brazil. We have huge challenges in Brazil, and we can cause an impact. Also, as an organization that is at the leading edge of technology with huge investments in innovation, not only in terms of treatment, but also, and more specifically, in terms of diagnostic tests and treatment, and how to connect these two hubs together. And of course, this involves digital processes and innovations, and we're going to talk about them today as well. So I'll start answering your question, which is a great question, to talk about the importance of diagnosis throughout the value chain and the patient journey, from the moment they are hospitalized, from a preventative point of view. And of course, our goal is for patients not to need to be hospitalized, and so that we invest more in prevention, and so that we are more proactive in managing the healthcare ecosystem. So one of the things that we want to do is to raise the bar in terms of diagnostics. After the pandemic, that became evident, the importance of diagnostic tests. Of course, during the initial period of the pandemic, we had no vaccine, we had nothing, and unfortunately, many people passed away. But we are still concerned about implementing or finding a way to isolate patients that were positive from negative patients. And there was only one way for us to do that, by identifying these patients that were positive, and that required diagnostic tests. With PCR, for instance, Roche was the first company in the world to advance with a PCR test, and that was the only way to do that. The FDA issued an authorization to let us start using these tests, and they were extremely necessary. So we started appreciating more and more the diagnostic tests, and but that does not involve only COVID. It's present across many different areas in terms of our regular checkups and making sure that we are healthy. And now I'm moving to Brazil. I'm extremely proud to be part of this team in Brazil. And with the immigration process, I'll have to take tests, not only COVID, but an entire test of panels to make sure that I'm healthy. So that involves diagnostic tests, and 70% of clinical decisions that are closely related to therapy and treatment, and we'll talk about treatment soon, 70% of our clinical decisions come from the lab, and only 2%, globally speaking, from the entire amount of funds invested in healthcare by governments and private companies is invested in diagnostics. And when it comes to Brazil, the 70% is still the same, but only 0.4% is invested in diagnostics. So the first provocation that I want to make for our discussion and also to participants and to the government members and authorities that are listening to us is that we need more investment in diagnostics because it is for prevention purposes. It's an investment that will make us more proactive, will enable us to keep patients outside of hospital setting. And we all know that when we're working on curing a patient, when the patient's already ill, that's more expensive for everyone, for the healthcare system, and the situation is much more severe for the family, for the patient, because they're in an active process of trying to find out ways to manage their health. So this month, with the celebration of its 125th anniversary, and we're releasing a campaign which says that if you see something abnormal in your body, talk to your physician, ask for a checkup, go to a hospital, go to a clinic, talk to your friends if necessary, because it's preferable to find out first if you have something. We often think that we have negligible pain and that will go away in a few days, but it's really important to investigate that. And that's where I think that the value of diagnostics is huge, and it's part of the patient's value chain, and it has to be combined with treatment. And there are several ways to do that. For instance, we have a program with the Albert Einstein Hospital, where we have one of our digital diagnostic solutions that allow us to identify cancer patients in terms of which stage they're at and the type of information that comes from the different medical services, from pathology, from lab imaging tests, hematology. So these physicians, these healthcare specialists need to be able to have access to that information to make the best decision for our patients. So we have this digital solution that precisely allows us to identify not only the stage the patient is at, but any and all information available and disseminate them to every specialist, and how that can be connected to the next decision making step, and so that we can offer the best quality of life to our patients. But there are other examples where diagnostics add more value to the process. Another such example is a campaign that we're launching for women's health, because we know that cervical cancer is caused, most of them, by papillomavirus, and it's curable. And even better, it can be detected before it becomes a threat. So we are launching a very strong campaign in Brazil for all Brazilian women to take the screening against papillomavirus, because that's really a huge problem. Every 90 minutes in Brazil, a woman passes away, and we're extremely concerned about that. We want to cause a positive impact in that regard. We're offering solutions that range from enrollment, people managing demographic data, applying the tests, and disclosing the results, and also communicate them to physicians, because if they test positive, the patient will have to be followed up. There are other examples. Of course, we combine our diagnostics with a treatment approach, and everything starts with research and development. Our teams are increasingly more working together and defining joint strategies between which tests must be developed based on the drugs we're working on, but also the other way around, which drugs should be developed based on the tests that we are applying. So this is really an integrated strategy that intends to really improve the quality of life of our patients. And we are really, really focused on offering that to our patients in Brazil. So, Vitor, those are my initial words. Thank you. Thank you, Carlos. That was great. You gave us an excellent perspective in terms of the importance of diagnostics and how they're connected to prevention and treatment. So now I'll take this opportunity that you created to ask Antonio, who's highly experienced at Roche, about his perspective about the treatment and what a difference Roche is making in that regard. Thank you, Victor. Initially, I want to thank the FIS initiative for the invitation. And I want to greet Carlos and yourself because, you know, sharing this conversation, sharing this discussion about what we as a company, as you said, very well put it, One Roche, we're not simply isolated departments. We're an integrated company. There are Brazilian songs that say that, well, it's like soccer without a ball, or an airplane without the wings. And unfortunately, if you talk about diseases, diagnostics are at the base of everything. Because that's where you can work with prevention. And when you look at the patient journey till you get to treatment, there's all these steps where, and after treatment as well, with monitoring, follow-up, all of that involves the treatment department. We from the pharma division, we always look into the unmet needs. Roche is an innovative company. It's a business decision. It's not that it's better or worse than any other company, but we focus on, well, if Alzheimer's is a problem, we focus on offering solutions to that. Rare diseases, the same thing. And why not oncology? And as we know, if you look at the numbers, 2035, we're going to have another pandemic of cancer cases, as it were. So we take on this integrated approach, how we can help the healthcare system so that so that it can offer diagnostics and or prevention. We don't want to be patients, right? As Carlos said, everybody wants to be healthy. So if we're able to take on integrated approaches where the person lives healthily, we also take off the pressure from the healthcare system and take away the expenses and which are just natural, and we can focus funds on therapies for people that really need them. So what we've been doing is to work on target therapies with oncology. We've been looking at every stage. The faster I treat the patient, the more quickly or the better I'll be able to have a chance at reaching the cure, whether it is breast cancer or any other type of cancer. Or sometimes you can extend the survival of our patients to limits that were unthinkable in the past. And as Carlos said, everything requires this integrated approach and how we look at things. And our dream, our ambition is really, and obviously for that to happen, we have to pave the way towards legal framework, legal safety, security, and data transparency, and generate information, because we want to offer value propositions that integrate the first step of the patient journey with the last step of that journey with diagnostics and treatment. There are examples of that. We're already working on those types of solutions, and our goal is to transform that into a reality. Certainly, that's no easy feat. You can't do it alone. So our invitation is for everyone to sit together with us to discuss solutions. And we learn a lot with the diagnostics market, because we see that it is a provider of services that go way beyond products alone. And at Pharma, we also discussed that, and we think about how to create a proposal that will offer better care to our patients and give them better support and more adequate support. I think that's the way forward, and this has led us to learn a lot. As Carlos said, that there are regulatory frameworks, digitalization, how to do that, and so on and so forth. But I think that the take-home message is that there is a company that is willing to establish alliances and to challenge the status quo of how we operate today. COVID has taught us a lot. Of course, it's been painful. It's still painful, but we've found regulatory frameworks to make progress. Telemedicine, for instance, is a reality in Brazil. So let's leverage the opportunity. Our commitment, our long-term ambition is to raise the bar of innovation by 3 to 5-fold and offer it to society with a huge financial impact. That's a huge undertaking, right? But with collaboration, with the involvement of all of the players, and with forums like this one, where we are able to discuss our ambitions and our goals, I think that's the way forward if we want to establish sustainable alliances. Thank you. That's perfect, Antonio. That's a great explanation. You gave us a very clear perspective of everything that Roche has been doing, and this connection and the importance of this overview of this perspective from diagnostics to treatment. And picking up on what you said, I want to ask Carlos about his opinion about the correct diagnosis for the right patient at the right time. How has Roche Diagnostics been working in that regard in terms of offering personalized medicine? And what are the impacts, in your opinion, in terms of improving public health?
I believe you're on mute. Oh, yes, my apologies. It was on mute. Can you hear me now? Yes, we can. It's actually a very important question, and I'd like to comment on what Antonio said about access. At Roche, we really understand that we do need innovation. We are a leader in innovation in the health sector. We have the highest rating for R&D, 13 billion Swiss francs, and there is a huge commitment from our company to bringing even more innovation.
And that is fundamental. And you asked me about the ideal test for the ideal patient. The first thing that we have to do is to sit together with authorities and define what we can optimize. I remember that 15 or 20 years ago, unfortunately, for a lady that tested positive for breast cancer, that could be like a death sentence. And that's not the case today. And it would be a death sentence because just to be diagnosed, it would take you 2 to 3 weeks. Whereas now you can get a much faster diagnosis. And it's these things that make a difference. It's innovation and technology that make a difference in patients' lives. So the fact that you can get your test results in a couple of hours, that can make a difference in terms of your quality of life and between life and death, ultimately. So I think that there's a lot of technology that has to be maximized, and it already exists we're constantly working together to offer more innovation and offer more tools to improve patients' lives in Brazil. A fundamental thing that I think that we have to implement more and more is the digitalization system. And every 80 days, currently, the amount of data online is doubled. Information that is anywhere in the social media or the digital information channels gets doubled. Of course, if you're a physician and you want to keep yourself updated, you have to study 24/7. Tools such as artificial intelligence have to be more maximized. And there are cases where we are already maximizing that. The example of oncology, for example, in the oncology labs, only the anatomopathologists were the ones able to interpret the slides, whereas now we have artificial intelligence software and algorithms that propose diagnostics. And of course, it's the physicians that validate, it's the physicians that make a decision, but we are now resorting to artificial intelligence, and there are many other tools as well. So there are ways for us not only to be more precise in terms of the results that we can offer our patients, but also to be quicker. There are many examples. We have a technology that's for cardiac marker tests where you go to a hospital or a private clinic with chest pain, and 8 minutes later, you have a result for troponin or others, which are markers that are able to tell whether you're having a heart attack. And they also give you the trend of what is going to happen with you and your heart over the course of the next few weeks or days. So we have the technology, and there are good results already, but we have to sit together with authorities, with governments, with regulators, and with everyone that could have an impact on this sector and get this discussion going. I know there's a lot being done already, but there is room for more because Brazil is a huge country with over 220 million people. It's an ocean of opportunities that we must leverage. Excellent, Carlos. Thank you. That was really good. You talked about access and how to democratize it to improve patient outcomes. And in doing so, certainly the costs of healthcare will be lowered and access will be broadened. So, Antonio, my question to you about access, the right treatment for the right patient at the right time. What are the initiatives that are now underway to provide increasingly more access to Brazilians, both in the public healthcare setting and the private setting? What are your efforts? We know that it depends on diagnostics. So how is Roche Pharma been dealing with that?
This is a question that we discuss all the time at Roche. So for me, unfortunately, we do have two different Brazils. We have Brazil in the private sector, where we have technologies that come through the regulatory framework and through the National Health Agency in a faster manner, and they give access to a limited number of people, which is, of course, large already. But when we look at other people that depend on the SUS, the National Health System, the public health system, we have to look at personalized, tailor-made medicine. Our challenge, I would say, as a company, as to how we can generate and make therapies available for all other patients that do need this, and they need this more and faster. When we look at the situation, it's something that we have been discussing at Roche. How can we create access? Because it's a different way of working. We do have models we are looking at, and we are copying, bringing from different countries. countries that managed to generate fast innovation for tailor-made medicine. We have to think about that because, yes, unfortunately, there is an inequality. In the private system, a patient can have an early diagnosis of breast cancer, for instance. In the public sector, usually patients are diagnosed at a more advanced stage, and that can be then transferred to lungs. So I echo what Carlos said. We do need dialogue. We do need to look at that carefully because, of course, the same formulas that we've been working with in the past, they might not work. So we need to be open to collaboration, to search for alternatives. And to do that, we need to talk. If we think about lung cancer, for instance, we currently see that lung cancer, when you have access to tests such as Foundation, which gives you this mapping, we can plan the initial therapy, but also second, third, fourth lines. And this is a huge benefit that physicians have in their hands. They can look at patients in a different manner. They will start planning right from the beginning. It's not just about treating that specific moment. We can already foresee the alternatives moving forward in this therapy. Same thing for breast cancer. As Carlos said, currently we have different types of cancer that are curable. And our work as a company is to follow on the regulatory framework, both in the private and public sectors. We have been submitting this in the traditional system and according to regulations. But we are also working very hard and looking at other experiences. Uruguay is a case in point. They have a very interesting project, what they call a flat rate. Regardless of the treatment line, whatever the patient needs, we can predict the costs for treating women, for treating different patients. So this is being discussed. We need legal safety, we need transparency, but this is all possible because we have data available for companies. And I'm sure that after the COVID pandemic, we now know that we cannot do anything alone. And I'm not speaking about us at Roche. We all need each other as a society. And we will be able to reach our ambition collaborating with everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Antonio. Thank you for your comments. Carlos, I wanted to talk a bit about the pandemic. During the pandemic, Roche Diagnosis and Roche Pharma, you really worked together searching for the best possible solutions for the private sector, for the public health sector in different municipalities and states, and also working with hospital groups, labs, clinics. And I do feel this in my everyday work at Roche for the last 2 years. And I always have meetings that bring together diagnosis and pharma, all the two sides of the company. As leaders of this company, seasoned leaders that you are at Roche, how do you intend to move on with this work? And I think if we do this work inside the company, it will have a huge impact on clients, because clients do want that. They do want these two sides of the company to work together. Can you please comment a bit on that? Carlos, could you begin? Well, I think that myself and Antonio, we are collaborating more and more. 5 years ago, we used to be two completely vertical and separated divisions, and we focused on our specific businesses maybe 8 years ago. And at a certain point, the senior management of the company about 5 years ago decided that we needed to have a strategic agenda. And by that, we mean a 10-year strategic agenda. And we have 7 main pillars. The first pillars is exactly what you said, one Roche, one single company. Our goal as an organization, first and foremost, is to have a positive impact in society, in patients, improving the quality of lives of people, helping save more lives. and working directly with health professionals, with governments, with insurance companies in Brazil and in the world. This is our first goal, to ensure a better quality of life and save more lives. And if we do meet this goal, all other objectives, even financial objectives, are a consequence. That's the reasoning behind the strategic target. Patient comes first, and then everything else. And of course, the pandemic accelerated all of that. We've had a very challenging process. Roche was the first, as you said, was the first to launch a PCR COVID test, and we've launched 10 additional tests after this one. Different types of tests that measure different things, and we can provide a diagnosis for COVID at the different stages of COVID. And this really accelerated this strategic process. We had to act together as an organization. Diagnosis had the tests, but pharma had also some medication that could have an impact, a positive impact in treating COVID, mostly in acute patients. So we had to join forces. We were forced to do that, to talk to governments, to health authorities. You know, the pressure we faced as an organization to provide millions and millions of tests, which we didn't have at first. We had to increase our production lines by 1,000%, and still it wasn't enough. Because the whole world, 7 billion people, wanted COVID tests and wanted COVID drugs. So it was a very challenging period, but I think it really brought us together as an organization, not just due to our purpose, or because we knew that we were focused, and when we are focused together, we are better. We are better when we collaborate, when we work together. Results are better. But the underlying strategic goal also helped, because this goal allows us to face these challenges together. So we have more and more meetings together. Both Marcelo and I, or Antonio and myself, we have a large strategic meeting every 3 months, and then we have this large forum every year. And it reaches our executive committee, but it's drilled down to the whole company. And that's where we discuss how we will make this happen. So the organization is really focused so that we have an increasing positive impact in society. Great, Carlos, and both you and Antonio, Bruno Souza, you have really been working for that in the company. Antonio, you have a lot of experience in Brazil, right? This new way of working at Roche Pharma, I have been seeing what we call the PJPs and the PCPs. You can talk about these acronyms. They are really concerned about having a clear map of the patient journey, of how we conduct diagnosis. Can you tell us a bit about this work? And I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate both of you. I do see this integration as I've never seen before, actually. Thank you, Victor. As Carlos said, I really think that here we serve our clients, and we serve people who need us. So, you know, it makes complete sense to work in an integrated manner. When we look at the patient's journey, I cannot think about therapy alone, because diagnosis adds a value to the health system. It reduces costs, it brings agility, it provides therapy, and oftentimes we don't even come to the point of needing therapy or of needing very expensive drugs. So the value of the whole patient journey starts with diagnosis. Our new operational model, we don't have anymore the people who visit the physicians. We really decided that the first point of contact with the client is aimed at understanding the whole journey and understanding where we can really have an impact. to make the system more fair, more equitable, and sustainable. And we have the three sides of the equation, of course. We have Roche, we have the health insurance provider, and we have, of course, patients. That's our focus, bringing benefit to patients. I see that people are happy with this model. I see people happy with this work. And this creates magnetism. We use this word, magnetism, between people, and everyone is working together towards these solutions. So it has been a pleasure, and it's in our hands, you know, all of us. Health is not a divided thing. It's an integrated aspect, and we have to benefit patients by thinking like that. Thank you, Antonio. We have a couple of minutes before we finalize this panel. And I'd like to thank both Carlos and Antonio for your excellent explanations about how Roche, Diagnosis, and Pharma, the two divisions, are working together to make a difference in society. And both of you made it very clear how you are aligned, you as two senior leaders who have been working at Roche for many years. So for me, as part of the Roche team, it was an inspiring experience to hear both of you. So I wanted to ask you just for your final remarks, first Carlos and then Antonio. Thank you. It has been an honor to be here with you. It has been my honor, Victor. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank FIS. I just wanted to say two things. First, we need to invest more in diagnosis infrastructure in Brazil. Not just in the private sector, of course, the private sector is a bit more advanced, but in the public health system, the SUS system in Brazil. We need more debate with the government to bring more investment, being more proactive, and having less people admitted to the hospital thanks to diagnosis. So of course, this takes an initial investment, but in the long term, we will save money, we'll reduce costs, and we will improve the lives of patients, of course. Second thing I wanted to say is about patients, the Brazilian population. If you have a problem in your body, if you feel something, please check it out. Please go check this. Roche is a 125-year-old company, and we do see that it's really important that patients be proactive. And I think that patients are becoming increasingly proactive and autonomous. So it's up to us as human beings, to check constantly on our bodies. Thank you very much. See you next time. Thank you, Victor. Thank you to the FIS initiative. Carlos, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. We always learn a lot. I think that my final message is collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. Whether it's inside of our company, we cannot achieve our goals if we work alone. If we work together, we can go far away. So collaboration, everyone sitting around the table, having a dialogue, because that is how we generate well-being and we help the people who need us the most. Because someone who is undergoing a health problem, we have to serve these people. So that is my message. We are here to collaborate, and we are searching proactively for solutions that do not exist yet, but that can be made available for everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you, Antonio. Thank you, Carlos. And thank you, everyone. Thank you, FIS.
A Abrange completa seus 55 anos de caminhada com o propósito de democratizar o acesso ao sistema privado de saúde, de eficiência e qualidade. Enxergamos o futuro com bons olhos, mas sempre priorizando o presente. Abrange 55 anos. Nossa origem, nossas histórias e nossas conquistas.
Desde que a Covid-19 chegou ao Brasil, uma força-tarefa de proporção histórica entrou em ação, ampliando a parceria entre os setores de saúde privado e público. Um conceito central para nós ganhou ainda mais força. A saúde brasileira é uma só. É um orgulho fazer parte dessa corrente. ANAP, Associação Nacional de Hospitais Privados. Unidos pela saúde.
O conhecimento transforma. A transformação te carrega para o futuro. Onde você quer estar daqui a alguns anos? Qual habilidade você quer aprimorar? Que profissional de saúde você deseja ser? Como caminhar de mãos dadas com o seu futuro? As respostas de todas estas perguntas não se alcança sozinho. Ask Mind, porque nós somos incansáveis por conhecimento. E você?
Bradesco Saúde desenvolveu uma série de iniciativas que promovem orientação e cuidado em meio à pandemia de Covid-19. É o Saúde Digital. Com ele, quem tem Bradesco Saúde pode realizar consultas médicas por videochamada sem sair de casa. Veja como funciona. Para dúvidas e sintomas de Covid-19 ou outras questões de saúde, você deverá acessar o app Bradesco Saúde. Se você ainda não tem instalado, faça o download gratuito na App Store ou no Google Play. Para consultas médicas regulares com médicos referenciados, acesse o site bradescosaude.com.br. Confira as especialidades disponíveis para atendimento por videochamada e como agendar sua consulta. Bradesco Saúde, ao seu lado contra o coronavírus.
É pra ficar junto.
Inspira.
É pra saber sua história. É pro seu estilo de vida. É pra olhar nos olhos. É pra cada fase da vida. A DASA é uma rede de saúde integrada que acompanha as pessoas ao longo da vida. DASA é pra toda a vida.
Para ser referência em medicina, é preciso ir além.
É preciso ciência, método e pesquisa, fomentar conhecimento, compartilhar e formar talentos. Ao longo do tempo, investimos para termos o melhor corpo médico, as melhores instalações, a melhor equipe assistencial, a tecnologia mais avançada. É nisso que acreditamos. É isso que buscamos. Somos o Hospital Moinhos de Vento. Referência em medicina, referência em saúde.
The body is an amazing organism, designed to run marathons, think of ideas, and see a beautiful world. It's capable of complex tasks. But when the body is compromised by disease or disorders, disabled by trauma or wounds, it needs help getting better. And that's why we are here, to create medical technology that saves lives and changes lives. For the heart, the soul, the ambitions, and the dreams of every person we touch. We are here to innovate, to look at challenges from all angles, to follow patients beyond diagnosis, through treatment and recovery, to get them back to their best body, living their best lives, and being their best selves. Our ambitions are big. We are working to give people surgery without incisions, contact lenses that treat allergies, implants that monitor themselves, real-time maps of the heart. We are redefining what the body can accomplish. And even though we are a diverse group of businesses, we share a common goal: save lives and ignite all that's possible in every body.
Super-heróis são seres com poderes mágicos que voam, que enxergam o que ninguém enxerga. Hoje, fica claro que vivemos rodeados de super-heróis, dirigindo, acolhendo, cuidando, que têm feito da proteção do outro sua missão. Eles sempre estiveram aqui, só estavam disfarçados. Homenagem a quem tem feito mais do que o seu trabalho para mais gente ficar bem. Mater Dei 40 anos.
Em 2021, o prontuário eletrônico do paciente do SOMV, solução da empresa para o setor hospitalar, ganhou pela 6ª vez consecutiva o reconhecimento de melhor da América Latina, de acordo com o Instituto Norte-Americano CLES. Uma vitória que é nossa, de cada um que trabalha na MV. Quem faz o PEP sabe que por trás da solução tem muito esforço, dedicação e comprometimento. É por isso que esta conquista não é apenas da MV, é do Brasil, é nossa.
Nós nascemos na saúde e nos movemos pela saúde. Impulsionados por essa paixão, nos tornamos uma das maiores empresas de tecnologia para a saúde do Brasil. Nosso caminho é trilhado por 400 colaboradores e mais de 6.000 clientes. Somos tecnologia que evolui todos os dias. Somos Fixion.
Inspirar pessoas a cuidar de pessoas. Isso está conectado no olhar e no sorriso de quem é Sabin. De norte a sul do país, o jeito Sabin conecta você ao que existe de melhor em saúde integrada. Construímos pontes e histórias para contribuir com a comunidade, o meio ambiente e com um ecossistema empresarial mais humano, diverso e inclusivo. Seja aqui na sua casa ou na nossa casa, estamos de mãos dadas com a inovação e tecnologia para que a sua jornada de saúde seja completa. Grupo Sabin, presente e futuro conectados com a sua saúde.
Nascemos com o desafio de mudar o olhar para a saúde de cada pessoa, transformando informação em conhecimento. Tudo em um mesmo lugar, dados e serviços juntos para permitir pela primeira vez que cada um tenha a visão completa sobre sua saúde. Todos reunidos em uma plataforma, unindo forças para criar soluções extraordinárias e oferecer todo o cuidado que cada pessoa merece e precisa, de maneira coordenada e digital. Afinal, acreditamos que usar a tecnologia de forma inteligente e integrada é o primeiro passo para preservar o maior ativo de nossas vidas, a saúde. ID. Toda saúde é única.
É uma das maiores consultorias em saúde, benefícios, seguros, resseguros e affinity. Com foco em inovação e proximidade com o cliente, a THB tem uma equipe multidisciplinar, com consultores especialistas na estruturação e administração de programas customizados. Fundada em 1978, faz parte do grupo MODELOS, o maior wholesale broker dos Estados Unidos, e está presente em todo o Brasil. THB, soluções que vão além do seguro.
Você está na FIS Week. Aqui você encontra as versões imersivas do nosso evento, que vou explicar mais tarde. Você pode escolher o idioma aqui. Aqui você encontra todas as áreas da FIS Week representadas por monumentos históricos. Na pirâmide, você pode acessar o FIS e ainda conhecer mais sobre a história da construção. Aqui você poderá assistir aos painéis do FIS 21, participar da discussão através do chat, enviando perguntas e comentários, além de conferir informações sobre o painel e os participantes. O mesmo vale para o Simetria e o Commits. Clique nos monumentos para acessar os eventos. Você também pode acessar a Meeting Zone no nosso Mercado Central. Lá você pode agendar um meeting com os nossos parceiros e encontrar outras pessoas que estão participando da FIS Week. E você também pode conferir a programação, os palestrantes, relaxar ouvindo música no nosso oásis e muito, muito mais. Aproveite a FIS Week e faça parte da maior experiência da saúde na América Latina.
A Abrange completa seus 55 anos de caminhada com o propósito de democratizar o acesso ao sistema privado de saúde, de eficiência e qualidade. Enxergamos o futuro com bons olhos, mas sempre priorizando o presente. Abrange 55 anos. Nossa origem, nossas histórias e nossas conquistas.
Desde que a Covid-19 chegou ao Brasil, uma força-tarefa de proporção histórica entrou em ação, ampliando a parceria entre os setores de saúde privado e público. Um conceito central para nós ganhou ainda mais força: A saúde brasileira é uma só. É um orgulho fazer parte dessa corrente. ANAP, Associação Nacional de Hospitais Privados. Unidos pela saúde.
O conhecimento transforma. A transformação te carrega para o futuro. Onde você quer estar daqui a alguns anos? Qual habilidade você quer aprimorar? Que profissional de saúde você deseja ser? Como caminhar de mãos dadas com o seu futuro? As respostas de todas estas perguntas não se alcança sozinho. Ask Mind, porque nós somos incansáveis por conhecimento. E você?
Bradesco Saúde desenvolveu uma série de iniciativas que promovem orientação e cuidado em meio à pandemia de Covid-19. É o Saúde Digital. Com ele, quem tem Bradesco Saúde pode realizar consultas médicas por videochamada sem sair de casa. Veja como funciona. Para dúvidas e sintomas de Covid-19 ou outras questões de saúde, você deverá acessar o app Bradesco Saúde. Se você ainda não tem instalado, faça o download gratuito na App Store ou no Google Play. Para consultas médicas regulares com médicos referenciados, acesse o site bradescosaude.com.br. Confira as especialidades disponíveis para atendimento por videochamada e como agendar sua consulta. Bradesco Saúde, ao seu lado contra o coronavírus.
É pra ficar junto.
Inspira.
É pra saber sua história. É pro seu estilo de vida. É pra olhar nos olhos. É pra cada fase da vida. A DASA é uma rede de saúde integrada que acompanha as pessoas ao longo da vida. DASA é pra toda a vida.
Para ser referência em medicina, é preciso ir além. É preciso ciência, método de pesquisa, fomentar conhecimento, compartilhar e formar talentos. Ao longo do tempo, investimos para termos o melhor corpo médico, as melhores instalações, a melhor equipe assistencial, a tecnologia mais avançada. É nisso que acreditamos. É isso que buscamos. Somos o Hospital Moinhos de Vento. Referência em medicina, referência em saúde.
The body is an amazing organism designed to run marathons, think of ideas, and see a beautiful world. It's capable of complex tasks. But when the body is compromised by disease or disorders, disabled by trauma or wounds, it needs help getting better. And that's why we're here, to create medical technology that saves lives and changes lives. For the heart, the soul, the ambitions, and the dreams of every person we touch, we are here to innovate, to look at challenges from all angles, to follow patients beyond diagnosis, through treatment and recovery, to get them back to their best body, living their best lives, and being their best selves. Our ambitions are big. We are working to give people surgery without incisions, contact lenses that treat allergies, implants that monitor themselves, real-time maps of the heart. We are redefining what the body can accomplish. And even though we are a diverse group of businesses, we share a common goal: save lives and ignite all that's possible in every body.
Super-heróis são seres com poderes mágicos que voam, que enxergam o que ninguém enxerga. Hoje, fica claro que vivemos rodeados.
The FIS initiative team is always focused on delivering the best content and bring transformation to the healthcare services. And now it's time for us to talk about digital transformation in health and professional development. As a moderator, I'd like to invite Fernando Silveira Filho, the CEO of AbMed, and Andrea Nocelli, Head of Education at Siemens, and Elizabeth Murata, Leader of Education for Latin America for Johnson & Johnson. Let's get started. Hi, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with you. First, I want to thank the FIS initiative for inviting me to participate in the FIS Week. It's really a pleasure to be here with two fantastic collaborators of ABIMED, Elizabeth Morata and Andrea Nocelli. I'm Fernando Silveira Filho, the president of ABIMED. And our purpose as an association is to continuously contribute to providing the best possible healthcare to our population, and thus contribute not only to a better quality of life, but also to a better longevity. ABIMED is based on 5 pillars, and our panelists are going to talk about these subjects, about specifically 2 of them. We have the technology pillar and the education pillar. The pandemic certainly accelerated dramatically the process of digital transformation in the health industry. But long before that, ABIMED was already discussing the need that we have for continuous evolution so that healthcare professionals are able to keep the pace with the evolution of the healthcare department. That's extremely fast and something that requires constant refreshments and updated knowledge from professionals. Our goal today, of course, is to provide the highest efficacy possible at the highest possible safety levels, whether it is through teaching new techniques, and continued education must also be reviewed with methods that are oftentimes also going through digital transformation. More than ever, now we have apps for remote communications, like what we're doing today. So if the resources are not endless, they are now much more numerous if compared to what we had years ago. Recently at ABIMED, we released a technical note about digital transformation in the healthcare industry. And consequently, education could not be left out because it's one of the strategic pillars of ABIMED. It's education. So we're deeply pleased to talk about digital transformation in health and continuous professional development. I'll introduce our 2 speakers, Andrea Nocelli, the head of educational services at Siemens. She's the lead of the education team with approximately 80 people, and she's responsible for the development of strategy in the sector, giving support to training. She graduated in biomedicine, and she has a postgraduate degree from the University of São Paulo, and she's been at the company for 15 years. It's a pleasure to see you again, Andrea. And Elizabeth Morata, who's the leader of education at Johnson & Johnson for Latin America. Elizabeth has been in the medical industry for almost 20 years, and she worked with less invasive procedures. Her passion for technology precedes Johnson when she worked for Motorola during the implementation of the very first digital cell phone antennas in Brazil. So thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you. And in this technical note issued by ABIMED, both Andrea and Elizabeth, they wrote fantastic articles, and I think probably they're going to touch upon these articles during their talks. So Andrea, you can start your presentation. Thank you. Good afternoon, Fernando. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a huge pleasure to be with you and to have the opportunity to talk about such an important subject, which is a quite hot topic nowadays. If you had the opportunity to read the article that I wrote, you saw that I advocate and that I believe in the continuous development, the process of continuous professional development. And since the 1970s, due to an initiative of the PAHO, they already emphasize the importance of educational supplementation for these professionals, which is actually an investment, because changes that you can achieve with education benefit not only institutions and companies that are able to improve the quality of their services and become a top-of-mind provider by the population, but also to collaborators that feel more motivated and engaged. They feel that they belong and that they're being appreciated and having their efforts recognized by the company. Actually, more than that, it benefits more specifically patients who perceive the quality of the care that is provided, and they feel more secure and also more appreciated. And when we talk about continuous professional development, we should not leave out the evolution of the process. In the 1990s, the processes went digital when the physical data became digital, and we started delivering electronic manuals to our customers. In the 1990s, with the internet, came new transformations that were much more precarious at the time, but we were already starting to test this online world, which was the beginning of the Internet of Things. And now, in the present time, basically speaking, it's a much broader process where technological resources occupy a central role in the organization, which in turn intends to increase productivity and improve its results. And if we link that with continuous professional development, technology transforms not only the way we transmit and exchange knowledge, but it also transforms behavioral aspects. In an online learning process, collaborators or students are not simply a receptor, but they're also a protagonist, because all attentions are focusing on them, not only on professors. And I'm going to talk more about that when we talk about immersive solutions. Another important aspect that's worth mentioning, and which is also a positive aspect of digital transformation, is that it generates a lot of data, which allow us to assess the development of our teams, outline several action plans, and make much better decisions. Digital transformation is a very broad subject. There's a lot to talk about it, but as I mentioned, if we talk about the current times where we are experiencing such an important digital transformation, I want to make a connection with the pandemic. As Fernando said very well, COVID expedited the process of digital transformation. That's a fact. Conditions imposed by social isolation and lockdown certainly required companies to adapt themselves to this new situation and become more dependent on digital resources. And we at Siemens, who manage healthcare services, we're really concerned about our collaborators and their exposure to the virus, because they circulate in places that are even more susceptible to viruses, the clinics and hospitals. But on the other hand, we're also concerned with our customers because they could not stop their operations. After all, people were continuing to fall ill, not only with COVID-19, but also other diseases. So patients still had to have our support. So one of the alternatives would be online trainings. And we were already prepared as well. Actually, Siemens has been gearing up for this transformation for a long time now, because as Fernando mentioned, the healthcare industry already demanded that, and we were getting ready to deliver the best possible remote education and provide the best customer experience, albeit remote. Our online training platform is available to our customers free of charge since 2013 with over 6,000 items and content such as webinars and videos, content in Portuguese, and people always ask us about that. And in addition to this online training platform, we also have our simulators for all of our in vivo systems, the smart simulator, which allows our customers to learn to handle our systems even before the equipment is installed or available for use. And that also increases our customers' productivity. We have some examples of customers that were able to do TC tests right after the training and after the equipment was installed. So there are several cases of success, both to our customers and ourselves. But on the one hand, and I understand that, of course, customers were also pretty scared when they were told that the trainings would migrate to an online setting. And then we had to sit with our customers and talk to them and make sure that they would receive the best experience possible, albeit remotely, and also show them the benefits of getting online training. At the end of every training session, we always apply a satisfaction survey, and we got very positive feedback. People were really surprised with the organization and the level of preparedness of our professionals and with the training in general. Just to give you an idea, our NPS for training reached 91% in fiscal year 2020, and in fiscal year 2021, which ended in September, we reached 95%, which is to say that we maintained or even surpassed the pre-pandemic NPS levels. And our collaborators also benefit from that because they no longer have to travel so much. They can remain closer to their families at home. And also, we can invest in more tools as a company and digital solutions with the purpose of offering the best possible learning experience to our customers. And we also have other solutions for immersive digital education. I told you before about placing the students at the center of the situation, because immersion is all about that. Placing students at the center of the experience, and by using digital solutions, we can improve that experience. That is not simply based on perception. Several studies show that the satisfaction and the confidence of people who learn with immersive digital solutions is much higher, especially in the healthcare area. At Siemens, we have virtual reality for studying human anatomy, dosimetry, hemodynamics, surgical instrumentation, emergency medicine, devices that go way beyond our imaging diagnostic tools or lab diagnostic devices. It's also important to mention that in-person trainings will not be fully replaced by online trainings. There's this concern, especially among our customers. We know that having face-to-face interactions is also important. So at Siemens, we're trying to implement a hybrid model that can be customized and adjusted to the needs of each customer. And by customers, I do not refer only to institutions. I also refer to people, or to the profile of people working there in general. And in closing, I want to leave you with the message that to me is extremely important. I think that every institution, every company needs to have that very well defined. Digital transformation is all about the transformation of human beings. This is a challenge that's much more related to management rather than just to the application of technology. It's all about cultural change. There must be a close proximity between managers and teams, high management. High management has to disseminate these strategies so they are part of everybody's routines, and thus create a learning culture, and to let the collaborators get adapted to this project. And because it's them that will put that into practice and promote the digital transformation of companies. So people, as with everything in life, are fundamental, and culture will get transformed into the business strategy. That's what I had, Fernando. Thank you. that was fantastic, Andrea. This cultural aspect, we can go back to that during Elizabeth's speech, but I think that the cultural aspect is the key to digital transformation in its several different dimensions. Thank you. Elizabeth, over to you. You have the floor. Thank you. First, I want to thank you, Fernando and Ebimed, for inviting us to participate in this digital transformation panel. And I want to congratulate Ebimed on its 25th anniversary, the technical note. It was truly a beautiful piece of work, one of the most encompassing ones that I've seen in an area of knowledge that is still brand new. I will talk about the surgical area, which is where we operate more strongly at Johnson & Johnson Medical. You already said that updating the knowledge of professionals in the healthcare industry has never been as challenging as it is now, due to the sheer amount of interventions, treatments, and the acceleration in the emergence and creation of new technologies and devices. So if back in the 1950s, we estimated that it would take us 50 years to double our amount of knowledge, in the 80s, this became 7 years. And you mentioned yourself, Fernando, that now this cycle of knowledge gets renewed every 18 months or even less. So how can we keep up to speed with this frantic pace we have to evolve by implementing knowledge databases that are more current and student-centered? And when it comes to technology, professor executes a procedure, then you watch, and then you teach. So even though that's a classic model, it's quite present in all disciplines, and that, of course, is not unable to meet the needs of these new demands of transformation in health. And what we saw in the pandemic was that physicians and surgeons were more quick to adopt digital tools, but we also saw that in many cases, it was simply a direct transposition from a digital, from an in-person content to a digital content. And that led to fatigue, because that translation, so to speak, is not ideal. So when going digital with your content, we have to consider the following pillars. For one, you have to have a flexible content allowing for individualized methods. The institution, the education has to be focused on the specific needs of students. The decisions have to be data-driven. And now we have a lot more data, and we can really focus on improvement opportunities. And it's always important to focus on students. Empowering students is really important. It's the students that define their own pace and their own plan. And of course, technology is a huge ally when it comes to delivering these elements. So to recap this quick rhythm of new creations of technologies in the healthcare sector creates this huge demand, and all of the institutes involved in delivering continued education strategies, they have to constantly update their materials considering the past experiences and interests and motivations. And now I want to talk about something that is equally challenging in terms of the surgical area, which is when we talk about surgery, the complexity of techniques used is often one of the biggest, if not the biggest, challenges faced. That surgeons have to make very precise hand movements for better patient safety. So this constant refinement of abilities is extremely important, and that requires many hours of practical training, as is the case with professional athletes. And currently, these abilities are trained predominantly in person, which requires a very specific and complex infrastructure that requires labs and qualified instructors.
And our experience at GJ is connected to something that Andrea said. Hybrid training is an evolution. Of course, the hands-on model is not going to be replaced. However, using digital tools was something accelerated by the pandemic. Professionals are now more open to test these alternative methods. When we think about pre-pandemic times, the model that we adopted was that the surgeon was part of the teaching part. This used to be in person. Then they went into practical training in the lab, and they had an in-person support from another surgeon until they really felt safe and confident to perform the procedure independently. What are we doing currently? Well, modules, pre-study modules in an online platform. Students can watch live cases in a virtual platform, and before they go into the lab for the hands-on part of the training, which is more costly, then the surgeon can conduct other simulations, such as complex procedures using virtual reality, VR. And therefore, the practical hands-on and in-person part of the training becomes more effective. And using digital tools, we can also collect more data, and we can conduct a more precise feedback about the student's progress. I wanted to mention the JJ case regarding VR, the use of VR. JJ was one of the first medical companies to use VR to complex surgery processes. And this has many advantages. So training can take place anywhere at any time. We can have more repetitions. We can create standards for medical procedures. We can teach how to handle new technologies and products. But most importantly, we can have an objective measurement of the student's performance. A study was conducted by London's Imperial College, and it shows how the surgeon training is better when it uses VR versus traditional methods that involved observing surgeries. All VR trainees or surgeons that were training, they were capable of conducting procedures in a lab after 4 VR sessions. In the group that did not have the VR sessions, no surgeon was able to conduct the lab practice without support. So when we think about in-person training for orthopedic procedures, oftentimes we have tons of equipment that have to be sent, 2-3 tons of equipment and surgery tools that will be used in a training. So imagine replacing that by VR goggles and joysticks for this VR training. And in the JJ Institute, we are working in partnership with different medical schools in Latin America, and we include Hospital das Clínicas from the University of São Paulo to incorporate VR in the syllabus of orthopedic students. Our dream is that technology becomes so accessible that VR will then become an education tool for everyday student practices. Another technology we really believe in is tele-mentoring. When we think about ongoing or continuous education, learning new therapies and new treatments, the mentor is still very important, it's still key. And physicians, health professionals who will conduct a procedure for the first time, they need the support from a seasoned person. So mentoring can meet that need, and through tele-mentoring, there can be a remote connection between mentor and students during the procedure. So the mentor can see what's happening, can give instructions, complex instructions, even if he or she is in a different country or in a different city. So we can have a virtual mentor in each surgery center and in each lab. Imagine if we could have that. And we are also using AR to train our sales representatives that sells equipment. And we reduce costs, displacement costs or travel costs. And that also provides faster access to new information and new techniques. So VR, telementoring, AR, these technologies and others that are still about to come, they will play an important role in decreasing distances and increasing access, improving knowledge, in customizing the learning process, and ensuring a more effective training for health professionals. The goal is what Fernando said. The goal is always to deliver the best possible results for patients. That's what I had to say for the time being. Back to you, Fernando. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you very much. You're right. You mentioned some very important concepts that are being discussed, I would say in a more segmented way, but that are connected to that. Tailor-made medicine or customized medicine. Well, we talk about customizing therapy for each specific patient, but you're talking about tailor-made medicine teaching and medicine learning, which is also what Daniela mentioned when she spoke about the cultural transformation that it takes so that technologies or digital transformation is definitely incorporated. We spoke about telemedicine. We started speaking about telemedicine in Brazil in a more in an increased manner last year. Before that, we would just speak about this domestically inside our institutions. Now with the pandemic, unfortunately, because of the pandemic, the discussion, although we're still talking about telemedicine, but you know, this is not open for debate anymore. It is a reality. It just takes fine-tuning so this can be incorporated definitely. It brings improvements for all parts of the supply chain, for the payer company, for the service provider, for the backstage, so to speak. You show the companies that provide these training services, that install the equipment. So certainly this is an important change that we've seen and we will see increasingly happening in a more accelerated manner. I have a question for both of you. Of course, you talked about the learning that happened when we migrated from fully in-person to fully digital, and now in the hybrid path. Is it possible to identify an improvement in yield? Elizabeth, you talked about the study that was brought about by Imperial College, right? Is it possible, have you been able to measure in your environments, I wouldn't say gains in quality, but you know, real gains in terms of learning? How do you measure this in 3 different stages? In person, 100% personal, 100% digital, and now in the hybrid manner. Do you have any assessment of the improvements? Who goes first? I think we can measure this, Fernando. Yes, not just in satisfaction surveys. In these surveys, we see how beneficial that change is, but also in terms of effectiveness. Some clients have their effectiveness indicators to check whether trainings are being effective and efficient, and there are other ways to measure. I mentioned briefly a case in which the client started doing PET scans when the equipment is in their hands to start using. We trained online in our simulator even before the equipment got to the institution. And when the equipment finally got to the institution, the client had already been trained. So they could start serving patients the next day. And they started doing PET scans in 10 patients just the following day. So that actually decreases their time to schedule exams with clients, and they could start using the equipment faster. And the population could benefit from the equipment faster. And there are other similar examples, successful cases, as I mentioned, in which the client also increased productivity. And instead of having 5 trained people at once, they could have 10 people trained at once and in different shifts. The online environment also allows us to do that, to have shifts in different training. So several indicators show that this is really productive and that it brings about gains when we move online. Yes, I think there are gains in terms of effectiveness. Before the pandemic, we had in Latin America, well, we would train about 12,000 health professionals. In the first year of the pandemic, which was mostly online, we reached 35,000 health professionals. And we leveraged programs from other regions, other geographies at JJ that we could use here, and also using programs from partner institutions. And then finally, we were capable of reaching 100,000 people in Latin America. So the gain of efficiency is clear. When we think about performance and measuring this in an effective manner, and in surgery, when we talk about performance, surgeons have to review the procedure we've taught them, but we want to see the results at the other end. And at the other end, we have a patient. There are many discussions that are complex discussions, even because there are issues of privacy. What type of data can we collect? We can collect several types of data, but how do we share? How do we treat data? Because this is patient data. So when we talk about telementoring, of having a virtual presence in the surgery table, there are very sound and strict safety requirements, network requirements. But in summary, anyway, we really want to understand the results or the gains. And it's not even about digital versus in person. Of course, this is an important question, regardless of technology. But with the evolution of technologies, and I was talking about VR, we are bringing a new tool, which we call 1.0 VR, and we have an additional version already. It allows us to have several different types of measurements that provide very objective indicators in terms of performance. So it is a journey, I think. We're still on the journey to reach the final impact we can achieve, but I think we are moving forward in a very positive way. Wonderful. Thank you. Well, we have 5 minutes before we finalize this panel. And I wanted to give the floor back to Andra and then to Elizabeth so that you make your final remarks. What are your final messages? What do you see looking forward? Clear future. We are slowly leaving this pandemic state, but from your perspective, how will technologies keep evolving? What do you see for the future? Well, that's a very important point, Fernando, actually. Right now, the situation, I don't know if we can say that things are back to normal, but it's better. It's getting better. And some people are wondering, are we going to go back to normal? Is Siemens going to preserve their online training? Are we going back to in-person training? Yes, we will still have hybrid training because we've seen the benefits and the advantages of that. And I wanted to talk once again about the importance of cultural changes. I know this brings about some fears. People sometimes fear changes, and we asked the leadership of the company to push the team forward so that this cultural change can happen from bottom up. It's going to be really embedded in people's hearts and in their skills. And I think this takes some time. There's still a journey ahead of us, but we did make a lot of progress when compared to when we began. Many opportunities to develop new technologies and to develop new areas. And of course, we will be able to deliver even better results for our clients. Many elements of the 4.0 health I think that in next year, we might even discuss Health 5.0 in our conversation. So once again, I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity, for the invitation. Thank you. Well, my final remarks. I think that the challenge for the health sector is huge. And when we think about Brazilian challenges, when we think about the economy, we are a country of continental dimensions. I think technology can really improve access to knowledge and to training. But I think we have evolved, but we still have pockets of innovation that serve specific needs. But I still don't see these pockets communicating between themselves. So I think that it's important to create an integrated ecosystem. That's how we will create real value, providing the best possible therapy or treatment for patients. And initiatives such as this one today are really important to create this ecosystem. We have the industry, we have health insurance providers, we have universities, we have tech companies, we have health professionals, everyone together here. And that's how we should work together to create the ecosystem. And we know that health doesn't wait, a health problem is something that has to be served immediately. So we have to create the digital transformation, both for the health sector and for education in health. And then I think patients will be thankful. All of us will be thankful. Patients will benefit. Together, we can further accelerate this transformation that is already in the move. Great. Thank you, Elizabeth. We talked a lot about this technical norm that ABIMED has released. This is the technical norm that was published by ABIMED. So if you are interested in having more information, you can access the ABIMED site. It's a free of charge document, abimeds.org.br. And the knowledge that we have from brilliant panelists such as Andrea and Elizabeth, we want to share this with the more people we can. So I wanted to thank you all, Andrea, Elizabeth, our speakers. Thank you for your brilliant presentations. I also want to thank the audience who is here watching us in these last 45 minutes of conversation. Of course, this is a topic that we still have to discuss, a lot to discuss. We will have 5G connection, we will have 5.0 health, of course. So let's keep in contact, let's keep working, and through ABIMED and through our associate companies, we'll keep on working to take the best healthcare to everyone in Brazil. Thank you very much.
Super-heróis são seres com poderes mágicos que voam, que enxergam o que ninguém enxerga. Hoje, fica claro que vivemos rodeados de super-heróis, dirigindo, acolhendo, cuidando, que têm feito da proteção do outro sua missão. Eles sempre estiveram aqui, só estavam disfarçados. Homenagem a quem tem feito mais do que o seu trabalho para mais gente ficar bem. Mater Dei 40 anos.
Em 2021, o prontuário eletrônico do paciente do Sobre, solução da empresa para o setor hospitalar, ganhou pela 6ª vez consecutiva o reconhecimento de melhor da América Latina, de acordo com o Instituto Norte-Americano CLES. Uma vitória que é nossa, de cada um que trabalha na MV. Quem faz o PEP sabe que por trás da solução tem muito esforço, dedicação e comprometimento. É por isso que esta conquista não é apenas da MV, é do Brasil, é nossa.
Nós nascemos na saúde e nos movemos pela saúde. Impulsionados por essa paixão, nos tornamos uma das maiores empresas de tecnologia para a saúde do Brasil. Nosso caminho é trilhado por 400 colaboradores e mais de 6.000 clientes. Somos tecnologia que evolui todos os dias. Somos Fixion.
Inspirar pessoas a cuidar de pessoas. Isso está conectado no olhar e no sorriso de quem é Sabin. De norte a sul do país, o jeito Sabin conecta você ao que existe de melhor em saúde integrada. Construímos pontes e histórias para contribuir com a comunidade, o meio ambiente e com um ecossistema empresarial mais humano, diverso e inclusivo. Seja aqui na sua casa ou na nossa casa, estamos de mãos dadas com a inovação e tecnologia para que a sua jornada de saúde seja completa. Grupo Sabin, presente e futuro conectados com a sua saúde.
Nascemos com o desafio de mudar o olhar para a saúde de cada pessoa, transformando informação em conhecimento. Tudo em um mesmo lugar, dados e serviços juntos para permitir pela primeira vez que cada um tenha visão completa sobre sua saúde. Todos reunidos em uma plataforma, unindo forças para criar soluções extraordinárias e oferecer todo o cuidado que cada pessoa merece e precisa, de maneira coordenada e digital. Afinal, acreditamos que usar a tecnologia de forma inteligente e integrada é o primeiro passo para preservar o maior ativo de nossas vidas, a saúde. ID. Toda saúde é única.
A THB é uma das maiores consultorias em saúde, benefícios, seguros, resseguros e affinity. Com foco em inovação e proximidade com o cliente, a THB tem uma equipe multidisciplinar, com consultores especialistas na estruturação e administração de programas customizados. Fundada em 1978, faz parte do grupo MODELOS, o maior wholesale broker dos Estados Unidos, e está presente em todo o Brasil. THB, soluções que vão além do seguro.
Você está na FIS Week. Aqui você encontra as versões imersivas do nosso evento, que vou explicar mais tarde. Você pode escolher o idioma aqui. Aqui você encontra todas as áreas da FIS Week representadas por monumentos históricos. Na pirâmide, você pode acessar o FIS e ainda conhecer mais sobre a história da construção. Aqui você poderá assistir aos painéis do FIS 21, participar da discussão através do chat, enviando perguntas e comentários, além de conferir informações sobre o painel e os participantes. O mesmo vale para o Simetria e o Commits. Clique nos monumentos para acessar os eventos. Você também pode acessar a Meeting Zone no nosso mercado central. Lá você pode agendar um meeting com os nossos parceiros e encontrar outras pessoas que estão participando da FIS Week. E você também pode conferir a programação, os palestrantes, relaxar ouvindo música no nosso oásis e muito, muito mais. Aproveite a FIS Week e faça parte da maior experiência da saúde na América Latina.
A Abrange completa seus 55 anos de caminhada com o propósito de democratizar o acesso ao sistema privado de saúde, de eficiência e qualidade. Enxergamos o futuro com bons olhos, mas sempre priorizando o presente. Abrange 55 anos. Nossa origem, nossas histórias e nossas conquistas.
Desde que a Covid-19 chegou ao Brasil, uma força-tarefa de proporção histórica entrou em ação, ampliando a parceria entre os setores de saúde privado e público. Um conceito central para nós ganhou ainda mais força. A saúde brasileira é uma só. É um orgulho fazer parte dessa corrente. ANAP, Associação Nacional de Hospitais Privados, unidos pela saúde.
O conhecimento transforma. A transformação te carrega para o futuro. Onde você quer estar daqui a alguns anos? Qual habilidade você quer aprimorar? Que profissional de saúde você deseja ser? Como caminhar de mãos dadas com o seu futuro? As respostas de todas estas perguntas não se alcança sozinho. Ask Mind, porque nós somos incansáveis por conhecimento. E você?
Bradesco Saúde desenvolveu uma série de iniciativas que promovem orientação e cuidado em meio à pandemia de Covid-19. É o Saúde Digital. Com ele, quem tem Bradesco Saúde pode realizar consultas médicas por videochamada sem sair de casa. Veja como funciona. Para dúvidas e sintomas de Covid-19 ou outras questões de saúde, você deverá acessar o app Bradesco Saúde. Se você ainda não tem instalado, faça o download gratuito na App Store ou no Google Play. Para consultas médicas regulares com médicos referenciados, acesse o site bradescosaude.com.br. Confira as especialidades disponíveis para atendimento por videochamada e como agendar sua consulta. Bradesco Saúde, ao seu lado contra o coronavírus.
É pra ficar junto.
Inspira.
É pra saber sua história. É pro seu estilo de vida. É pra olhar nos olhos. É pra cada fase da vida. A DASA é uma rede de saúde integrada que acompanha as pessoas ao longo da vida. DASA é pra toda a vida.
Para ser referência em medicina, é preciso ir além. É preciso ciência, método de pesquisa, fomentar conhecimento, compartilhar e formar talentos. Ao longo do tempo, investimos para termos o melhor corpo médico, as melhores instalações, a melhor equipe assistencial, a tecnologia mais avançada. É nisso que acreditamos. É isso que buscamos. Somos o Hospital Moinhos de Vento. Referência em medicina, referência em saúde.
The body is an amazing organism designed to run marathons, think of ideas, and see a beautiful world. It's capable of complex tasks. But when the body is compromised by disease or disorders, disabled by trauma or wounds, it needs help getting better. And that's why we are here, to create medical technology that saves lives and changes lives. For the heart, the soul, the ambitions, and the dreams of every person we touch, we are here to innovate, to look at challenges from all angles, to follow patients beyond diagnosis, through treatment and recovery, to get them back to their best body, living their best lives, and being their best selves. Our ambitions are big. We are working to give people surgery without incisions, contact lenses that treat allergies, implants that monitor themselves, real-time maps of the heart. We are redefining what the body can accomplish. And even though we are a diverse group of businesses, we share a common goal: save lives and ignite all that's possible in every body.
Super-heróis são seres com poderes mágicos que voam, que enxergam o que ninguém enxerga. Hoje, fica claro que vivemos rodeados de super-heróis, dirigindo, acolhendo, cuidando, que têm feito da proteção do outro sua missão. Eles sempre estiveram aqui, só estavam disfarçados. Homenagem a quem tem feito mais do que o seu trabalho para mais gente ficar bem. Mater Dei 40 anos.
Em 2021, o Prontuário Eletrônico do Paciente do Sobre, solução da empresa para o setor hospitalar, ganhou pela 6ª vez consecutiva o reconhecimento de melhor da América Latina, de acordo com o Instituto Norte-Americano CLES. Uma vitória que é nossa, de cada um que trabalha na MV. Quem faz o PEP sabe que por trás da solução tem muito esforço, dedicação e comprometimento. É por isso que esta conquista não é apenas da MV, é do Brasil, é nossa.
Nós nascemos na saúde e nos movemos pela saúde. Impulsionados por essa paixão, nos tornamos uma das maiores empresas de tecnologia para a saúde do Brasil. Nosso caminho é trilhado por 400 colaboradores e mais de 6.000 clientes. Somos tecnologia que evolui todos os dias. Somos Fixion.
Inspirar pessoas a cuidar de pessoas. Isso está conectado no olhar e no sorriso de quem é Sabin. De norte a sul do país, o jeito Sabin conecta você ao que existe de melhor em saúde integrada. Construímos pontes e histórias para contribuir com a comunidade, o meio ambiente e com um ecossistema empresarial mais humano, diverso e inclusivo. Seja aqui na sua casa ou na nossa casa, estamos de mãos dadas com a inovação e tecnologia para que a sua jornada de saúde seja completa. Grupo Sabin, presente e futuro conectados com a sua saúde.
Nascemos com o desafio de mudar o olhar para a saúde de cada pessoa, transformando informação em conhecimento. Tudo em um mesmo lugar, dados e serviços juntos para permitir pela primeira vez que cada um tenha a visão completa sobre sua saúde. Todos reunidos em uma plataforma, unindo forças para criar soluções extraordinárias e oferecer todo o cuidado que cada pessoa merece e precisa, de maneira coordenada e digital. Afinal, acreditamos que usar a tecnologia de forma inteligente e integrada é o primeiro passo para preservar o maior ativo de nossas vidas, a saúde. ID. Toda saúde é única.
THB é uma das maiores consultorias em saúde, benefícios, seguros, resseguros e affinity. Com foco em inovação e proximidade com o cliente, a THB tem uma equipe multidisciplinar, com consultores especialistas na estruturação e administração de programas customizados. Fundada em 1978, faz parte do grupo MODELOS, o maior wholesale broker dos Estados Unidos, e está presente em todo o Brasil. THB, soluções que vão além do seguro.
Você está na FIS Week. Aqui você encontra as versões imersivas do nosso evento, que vou explicar mais tarde. Você pode escolher o idioma aqui. Aqui você encontra todas as áreas da FIS Week representadas por monumentos históricos. Na pirâmide, você pode acessar o FIS e ainda conhecer mais sobre a história da construção. Aqui você poderá assistir aos painéis do FIS 21, participar da discussão através do chat, enviando perguntas e comentários, além de conferir informações sobre o painel e os participantes. O mesmo vale para o Simetria e o Commits. Clique nos monumentos para acessar os eventos. Você também pode acessar a Meeting Zone no nosso Mercado Central. Lá você pode agendar um meeting com os nossos parceiros e encontrar outras pessoas que estão participando da FIS Week. E você também pode conferir a programação, os palestrantes, relaxar ouvindo música no nosso oásis e muito, muito mais. Aproveite a FIS Week e faça parte da maior experiência da saúde na América Latina.
A Abrange completa seus 55 anos de caminhada com o propósito de democratizar o acesso ao sistema privado de saúde, de eficiência e qualidade. Enxergamos o futuro com bons olhos, mas sempre priorizando o presente. Abrange 55 anos. Nossa origem, nossas histórias e nossas conquistas.
Desde que a Covid-19 chegou ao Brasil, uma força-tarefa de proporção histórica entrou em ação, ampliando a parceria entre os setores de saúde privado e público. Um conceito central para nós ganhou ainda mais força: A saúde brasileira é uma só. É um orgulho fazer parte dessa corrente. ANAP, Associação Nacional de Hospitais Privados. Unidos pela saúde.
O conhecimento transforma. A transformação te carrega para o futuro. Onde você quer estar daqui a alguns anos? Qual habilidade você quer aprimorar? Que profissional de saúde você deseja ser? Como caminhar de mãos dadas com o seu futuro? As respostas de todas estas perguntas não se alcança sozinho. Ask Mind, porque nós somos incansáveis por conhecimento. E você?
A Bradesco Saúde desenvolveu uma série de iniciativas que promovem orientação e cuidado em meio à pandemia de Covid-19. É o Saúde Digital. Com ele, quem tem Bradesco Saúde pode realizar consultas médicas por videochamada sem sair de casa. Veja como funciona. Para dúvidas e sintomas de Covid-19 ou outras questões de saúde, você deverá acessar o app Bradesco Saúde. Se você ainda não tem instalado, faça o download gratuito na App Store ou no Google Play. Para consultas médicas regulares com médicos referenciados, acesse o site bradescosaude.com.br. Confira as especialidades disponíveis para atendimento por videochamada e como agendar sua consulta. Bradesco Saúde, ao seu lado contra o coronavírus.
É pra ficar junto.
Inspira.
É pra saber sua história. É pro seu estilo de vida. É pra olhar nos olhos. É pra cada fase da vida. A DASA é uma rede de saúde integrada que acompanha as pessoas ao longo da vida. DASA é pra toda a vida.
Para ser referência em medicina, é preciso ir além. É preciso ciência, método de pesquisa, fomentar conhecimento, compartilhar e formar talentos. Ao longo do tempo, investimos para termos o melhor corpo médico, as melhores instalações, a melhor equipe assistencial, a tecnologia mais avançada. É nisso que acreditamos. É isso que buscamos. Somos o Hospital Moinhos de Vento. Referência em medicina, referência em saúde.
The body is an amazing organism designed to run marathons, think of ideas, and see a beautiful world. It's capable of complex tasks. But when the body is compromised by disease or disorders, disabled by trauma or wounds, it needs help getting better. And that's why we're here, to create medical technology that saves lives and changes lives. For the heart, the soul, the ambitions, and the dreams of every person we touch, we are here to innovate, to look at challenges from all angles, to follow patients beyond diagnosis, through treatment and recovery, to get them back to their best body, living their best lives, and being their best selves. Our ambitions are big. We are working to give people surgery without incisions, contact lenses that treat allergies, implants that monitor themselves, real-time maps of the heart. We are redefining what the body can accomplish. And even though we are a diverse group of businesses, we share a common goal: save lives and ignite all that's possible in everybody.
Super-heróis são seres com poderes mágicos que voam, que enxergam o que ninguém enxerga. Hoje, fica claro que vivemos rodeados de super-heróis, dirigindo, acolhendo, cuidando, que têm feito da proteção do outro sua missão. Eles sempre estiveram aqui, só estavam disfarçados. Homenagem a quem tem feito mais do que seu trabalho para mais gente ficar bem. Mater Dei 40 anos.
Em 2021, o Prontuário Eletrônico do Paciente do Sobre, solução da empresa para o setor hospitalar, ganhou pela 6ª vez consecutiva o reconhecimento de melhor da América Latina, de acordo com o Instituto Norte-Americano CLES. Uma vitória que é nossa, de cada um que trabalha na MV. Quem faz o PEP sabe que por trás da solução tem muito esforço, dedicação e comprometimento. É por isso que esta conquista não é apenas da MV, é do Brasil, é nossa.
Nós nascemos na saúde e nos movemos pela saúde. Impulsionados por essa paixão, nos tornamos uma das maiores empresas de tecnologia para a saúde do Brasil. Nosso caminho é trilhado por 400 colaboradores e mais de 6.000 clientes. Somos tecnologia que evolui todos os dias. Somos Fixion.
Inspirar pessoas a cuidar de pessoas. Isso está conectado no olhar e no sorriso de quem é Sabin. De norte a sul do país, o jeito Sabin conecta você ao que existe de melhor em saúde integrada. Construímos pontes e histórias para contribuir com a comunidade, o meio ambiente e com um ecossistema empresarial mais humano, diverso e inclusivo. Seja aqui na sua casa ou na nossa casa, estamos de mãos dadas com a inovação e tecnologia para que a sua jornada de saúde seja completa. Grupo Sabin, presente e futuro conectados com a sua saúde.
Nascemos com o desafio de mudar o olhar para a saúde de cada pessoa, transformando informação em conhecimento. Tudo em um mesmo lugar, dados e serviços juntos para permitir pela primeira vez que cada um tenha a visão completa sobre sua saúde. Todos reunidos em uma plataforma, unindo forças para criar soluções extraordinárias e oferecer todo o cuidado que cada pessoa merece e precisa, de maneira coordenada e digital. Afinal, acreditamos que usar a tecnologia de forma inteligente e integrada é o primeiro passo para preservar o maior ativo de nossas vidas, a saúde. ID. Toda saúde é única.
THB é uma das maiores consultorias em saúde, benefícios, seguros, resseguros e affinity. Com foco em inovação e proximidade com o cliente, a THB tem uma equipe multidisciplinar, com consultores especialistas na estruturação e administração de programas customizados. Fundada em 1978, faz parte do grupo MODELOS, o maior wholesale broker dos Estados Unidos, e está presente em todo o Brasil. THB, soluções que vão além do seguro.
Você está na FIS Week. Aqui você encontra as versões imersivas do nosso evento, que vou explicar mais tarde. Você pode escolher o idioma aqui. Aqui você encontra todas as áreas da FIS Week representadas por monumentos históricos. Na pirâmide, você pode acessar o FIS e ainda conhecer mais sobre a história da construção. Aqui você poderá assistir aos painéis do FIS 21, participar da discussão através do chat, enviando perguntas e comentários, além de conferir informações sobre o painel e os participantes. O mesmo vale para o Simetria e o Comets. Clique nos monumentos para acessar os eventos. Você também pode acessar a Meeting Zone no nosso Mercado Central. Lá você pode agendar um meeting com os nossos parceiros e encontrar outras pessoas que estão participando da FIS Week. E você também pode conferir a programação, os palestrantes, relaxar ouvindo música no nosso oásis e muito, muito mais. Aproveite a FIS Week e faça parte da maior experiência da saúde na América Latina.
As Rodrigo Finau used to say, we are on. Yes, you're right. We can all get connected and transform health together. And let's start our next panel by Johnson & Johnson that will talk about ESG in the healthcare industry in Brazil. And the participants are going to be Gustavo Mayra and Lígia Maura. The moderator will be Rejane Sokol, Senior Executive Leader of ECI at J&J. Hello, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with our online audience and to be able to participate in this panel with my colleagues, Gustavo Mayra, co-founder of Mestra, and Lígia Maura, professor at the Getúlio Vargas Foundation in São Paulo. I want to thank the FIS and our colleagues at Johnson & Johnson Medical Devices for the invitation and for the opportunity to be here moderating this panel and sharing our experience. This panel will talk about ESG in healthcare. We're here to share a bit of our experience and results, and to initiatives in collaboration with Johnson & Johnson Medical Devices that have the purpose of fostering diversity, inclusion, and governance. I am Rejane Sokol. I work for Johnson & Johnson Latin America, and our mission is to strengthen the healthcare systems in the world, fully aligned with our purposes and values. At Johnson & Johnson, we combine our heart, science, ingenuity to change the trajectory of healthcare in the world. And this includes having a positive impact on our patients, consumers, and everyone that uses our products, be it directly or indirectly, as well as the health of our employees and the communities of where the communities around us and of the planet. As the biggest healthcare company in the world, we use our capacity to create partnerships, to create collaboration, to advance and to contribute solutions to some of the world's biggest healthcare-related challenges. Of course, we focus our efforts on where we believe we can make a difference as a company, where we're really able to promote an impact. These efforts are based on our priorities, environmental, social, and governance related, our ESG priorities based on our values, our beliefs, and our purpose to change the health of humankind. We believe that good ESG practices foster the creation of value to internal and external players. It builds trust between the parties, mitigates risks, and promotes the involvement of everyone, including our employees, increasing productivity and reducing costs. Our ESG approach includes the creation of solid governance structures for effective risk management to create long-term value. It also includes offering innovative healthcare solutions for patients and consumers alike to improve everyone's health across the world. Investing in our employees, creating a diverse, equitative, inclusive workplace where everyone can collaborate, belong, and find growth opportunities. That also includes combining our experience and resources through partnerships and collaborations, as I said, to mitigate environmental impact, not only of our operations and products, but across our entire supply chain and in all of our relationships of collaboration and partnership between our companies. It's a pleasure to be here, as I mentioned, representing the family of Johnson & Johnson companies, especially the Johnson & Johnson medical devices in Brazil. And I want to invite our colleagues, Gustavo and Ligia, to tell us about the initiatives that I mentioned and to get us started. Ligia, we can start with you. Sure, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be here with you and with Gustavo and to be able to tell everyone about our beautiful experience with the support of Johnson & Johnson, without whom we wouldn't have been to implement this initiative, which is a compliance initiative for the education of healthcare professionals. This initiative had a fundamental role, which was to cater to the UN Sustainable Development Needs, which emphasize education to eradicate poverty, reduce corruption, bribery, and to guarantee greater integrity. If we have all that, we're going to have much more prosperity for everybody. Since it's a common problem, we have to tackle it jointly, and hence the importance of a joint initiative. This joint initiative gathered together over 60 participants from several different sectors in the healthcare industry. We had people from the academia, professors from medical schools, we had lawyers. When it comes to compliance, and this is what we're going to talk about, the legal professionals have to get involved, as well as the main players of the healthcare industry itself, with healthcare insurance plans, hospitals, suppliers, the industry, of course, and the government. So we tried to gather these 61 main stakeholders in the industry. And the purpose of this initiative is to improve the performance of healthcare professionals, especially medical professionals. Of course, after creating the collective initiative, it was defined that greater focus should be placed on physicians, because a survey was made in medical schools abroad and in Brazil to identify the scenario of disciplines related to compliance and fight against corruption in the medical schools, and then compare that scenario with the international scenario. Our survey went over 269 disciplines, and obviously we were focusing on Brazil and Latin America. Out of these 279, we selected only the ones from Brazil, and there were 149 disciplines from medical schools. And from those 149, we looked into 94 at greater depth. Many of them just mentioned the name of the discipline, but they wouldn't give the details of what exactly they were teaching our future physicians. And what we concluded was that it was that there was an absence of things related to anti-bribery, anti-corruption in these disciplines. So young professionals that recently graduate did not have this type of education. So maybe these universities do not have to educate these professionals about these disciplines. Maybe these students already have that knowledge. So we did another survey with young students from the first year to the residency. And in that survey, we asked them a few questions. For instance, so let's say that you're a physician and you work at a hospital, and you know that another physician is deviating medicines to people that need them. Do you think that that is right or wrong? Or you're a physician and you're in the public or private healthcare setting, but there's a drug that's freely distributed to the population, and you decide to privilege your friends and family at the expense of the rest of the population. And there's a huge waiting list. So the result was that we see nepotism and other practices, and we see that students do not understand what integrity is about and what the ESG principles mean. So we decided to change that, because it was not simply about skipping lines. In our survey, it was very clear that that was what was at the base, and that had to change. And how can it change that? Well, through changing culture, and that's done through education. So with that, we set out to develop educational modules for medical schools so that the professors could start teaching these disciplines. So we developed three major modules about anti-corruption practices, compliance in health, and organizational culture in the healthcare setting. So these three modules were developed for professors. After that, we gave training to professors, and that was open to enrollments from the entire country to anybody who wanted to participate. We then trained 41 professors free of charge with the support of Johnson & Johnson, and we reached very positive results. The medical school of the University of São Paulo, for instance, has approved a special discipline about compliance. It's a multidisciplinary discipline that started in August. In addition to the University of São Paulo, there was also another university that created, based on a pre-existing discipline about medical ethics, They're now teaching corruption in healthcare, organizational culture, using the educational assets that we made available free of charge online. And the medical school of the ABC also taught a few lessons using those assets. So we have 3 successful examples that resulted from this initiative, and how to improve the education of healthcare professionals. And we're going to have a second that is also free of charge, and it's open to professors willing to get to know these materials better, and who are willing to get our suggestions as to how to teach these classes, and so that we can educate medical professionals that are concerned about compliance, about not skipping lines, and these practices that are unfortunately seen in the medical industry. So that's what I had, and thank you very much. Thank you again for the opportunity to be with you. Thank you, Licia. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you for sharing such important elements from that initiative, this collective initiative and the survey that allowed you to analyze and define exactly what you wanted to do, so that by doing something that you're very clear as to why you're doing that and what you want to achieve, and so that you're able to achieve the objectives that you define. And another important aspect is that of sustainability. We have a huge concern in all of our programs in terms of fostering education and training healthcare professionals and the population in general when we talk about generation of knowledge and a generation of content. And we want to make these materials available to everyone with no restrictions. Of course, many educational programs and some materials are, they focus on certain specialties and some professional categories. And when we set out to offer an initiative, to create an initiative, we have to think about the impact it will have. And you talked about that. These assets will be available. You'll be dealing with the education of professors who are professionals that are educating other professionals. And at the same time, you also let other educational institutions use those materials and apply them as they see fit, which was the case of the ABC University that you talked about, that used a different model than that used by the Mogi University and the University of São Paulo. And your invitation was also very pleasant to hear, because it's an initiative that is ongoing. And it had me thinking about the inclusion of other specialties or other professional categories, because when it comes to compliance in the medical sector, we can also consider other professionals in the healthcare setting that are part of a multidisciplinary team. And I also want to hear your take on that. If maybe other institutions that work with other professional categories, if they will be able to use the materials that you created. Well, that would be a pleasure. The initiative, we selected several subjects to work on, and we chose only 3 because it was a short lasting project, and it was a pilot project. So with the materials that have been proposed by the collective initiative, we can also develop new materials, because the world is constantly changing. Ethics and the algorithms in the healthcare industry, well, that is a hot topic. The General Data Protection Law, which was also included, and it was one of the initially proposed themes, but it was not included in the end. So this initiative is open to the support of other companies, of course, with no problem. I'm sure it will be an honor to Johnson & Johnson to have other people help such an important initiative. And it's not only restricted to physicians. As I said, it's meant for any healthcare professional, healthcare management, any other professional from the healthcare setting, dentists. So, of course, it's in our best interest to change this situation, and that we change this industry, and changes can only come about through education. Thank you. Gustavo, I would like you to talk about the MilDevs initiative, please. Over to you. Thank you. Thank you, Rejane. It's a pleasure to be here, to be able to talk about a program that I really believe in. When Johnson & Johnson Medical Devices approached Mestra, they defined this very important goal, which is social transformation. So we decided to work on providing greater access to information. And the name of the program is MilDevs, Talents in the Healthcare Industry. Its purpose is to include 1,000 software developers into the tech labor market, whether it is related to healthcare or not. So why did Johnson & Johnson decide that? When we assess ESG from a social perspective, it includes everything that companies do internally to support its collaborators, all of the initiatives related to respect to labor and internal capacity building, but it also involves the ecosystem where they're working. It's very good to see that Johnson & Johnson Medical Devices is also concerned about its ecosystem to a point where it creates programs to enable this access to education. So this program started long before at the beginning of the year with a planning phase, and it was launched with the purpose of giving support to youths in situation of social vulnerability. If you assess the social group that suffered the most impact with the pandemic, unfortunately, it's young people, because they're starting their careers. They do not have a lot of professional experience, so they do not have security at the workplace. So as you can see, the unemployment rates increased exponentially, and people from 18 to 25 years of age are among the most affected by the pandemic. So we created the program so that young people could study for free to learn how to develop software, and so that software could be freely used in the healthcare industry to tackle the challenges that we've been facing in the market. So we have to work on data analysis and big data, and people using our technologies, of course, can change the world. So we sent an invitation through some partners that support Johnson & Johnson, and around 1,000 youths enrolled in the program. The talents division at Johnson & Johnson gave us support throughout the process to really select the youths that would be most aligned with our program and that could benefit from it. The program is 300 hours long, training in Python, and also several classes related to expanding social abilities, from changing your mindset and how to behave in job interviews. So it's a really good experience having this contact with them every night for 5 months, Monday through Friday. It's 3 hours per day, where these apprentices can get connected online, and they can also watch classes and do refreshment classes through some proposed exercises. So it's worth saying that this project is a project for the inclusion of young people, and we provide for a full diversity assessment throughout the training, so that in the end of the training, we can bring them into the labor market and in an adequate manner. So from the perspective of ESG, we were able to include over 20 Brazilian states, and that's very good because the program was not restricted to the large cities. We had people enrolling from over 20 states, with a huge participation of Blacks and Browns, with 43% of participation in the program. So more than half self-identified as men, and the rest as women. So we see that we made some progress vis-a-vis what we generally see across the educational institutions in Brazil. So this program is totally free of charge for apprentices, and it's very good to see that that is happening.
We are also very pleased to say that in spite of this huge challenge that we face every single day to support these learning opportunities, this is not just training in which we have a license, an online license for studies. This is an actual program with several participating companies, and we invite more and more companies and startups to be part of this program. More than half of our youth already has a sponsor or an ambassador, so to speak. They will probably finish their training between November and December, and 50% of them already have a work experience. In the next months, we are going to have certainly a larger number that will have finished the training. They will be ready to go into their job interviews, and so forth. And we are also looking constantly at their satisfaction levels. We ask them, from 0 to 10, what is the probability that you recommend this program to family and friends? And we've had a rating of 97. So our NPS is very high, and that shows that companies are really interested in reaching the satisfaction and satisfying these young talents. So it's a pleasure to be working every day with this program. Gustavo, I do know quite well this program, Talentos pro Bem, Talent for Good in JJ, which is our strategy of engagement and volunteer work. We invite all our collaborators, regardless of their position or of the area they work in. We invite everyone, all our collaborators, to share their knowledge and to, share their desire to have positive impact. So that connects the knowledge of our employees through mentoring, right? Just like you said, it's not a program in which you just provide classes or programming classes or technical knowledge classes. Of course, they do receive that as well, but it's also about developing other skills, other competences that are necessary in the labor market. Oftentimes people have the technical training opportunity, but for some specific reason, the person cannot find a job or, cannot find a position after a trainee experience. So I think that is a very important aspect, to have a 360 view for this youth, giving them the opportunity, providing the technical knowledge that they need, but also following up and providing mentoring and supporting them as they enter the labor market through these companies that sponsor these young talent. Can you tell us a little bit about this? What is the difference that this makes both in their professional and personal lives as young adults? And also, if you could tell us a little bit about the challenges. Of course, we know that the tech university for large IT companies, but companies in general, I would say, they are searching for professionals in programming. Many companies tell us that they cannot find enough skilled workers. And here we have a program that is creating opportunities for young people in vulnerable positions to enter this part of the labor market. What are the challenges that these young people face? Is it having a computer? Is it having an internet connection? And how do you face these challenges and engage these youth? Yes, of course, Rejane. Speaking of mentorship, we look at that in several different ways. We can have an online survey. We have some synchronous moments, and mentoring, it is proven that it helps people progress in their journey. So young people need to be at least heard. And if they can be heard by people who are more seasoned than they are, they will have a mirror, they will have an example, an inspiration. And that's what mentoring is about. JJ's volunteering program is really focusing on the social pillar and providing help to this experience that people have inside the group and sharing this experience and knowledge for people that are outside of the company. So we connect this program of internal mentoring, and several JJ employees got together with some specific talent and having meetings with them, just literally chatting, explaining how things work in the labor market, what are the challenges and what it takes to maybe face these challenges, maybe giving them ideas and information that will help them have an easier journey. Of course, the challenges throughout the journey are huge. And, we tackle one objective or one obstacle at a time. Right in the beginning of our planning meetings, we knew that the journey ahead was long and quite complex. But since our goal is to help more people, it's all worth it, of course. So I think that the characteristic of this program, which is something that unfortunately, we cannot provide them a scholarship, but at least we offer free education. Of course, if we could provide scholarships, that would be better. Another challenge is access to technology, having access to computers, having access to Wi-Fi networks. Of course, we can start using telephone lines, but still we need a work tool. We need a keyboard and a mouse to train codes and algorithm. Around 20 to 25 young people told us we don't have the tools, the material to study, and we made this connection and we managed to bring computers to people who did not have access to them. And we are constantly looking at adding more support, internet connection for those who say they have no access to the internet. So I think that young people in a vulnerable situation, they need to look for a job. They need to find a job, need access to higher education. We provide this possibility, and we have the synchronous moments. We have live meetings. And I think that another challenge is to keep the young generation engaged. We really have to understand how to work with this young generation. And the tool is being provided. We are constantly watching them to understand how they are engaged, either in live streams or in the asynchronous moments when they're working by themselves. It's very nice to see the comments about the program, because they always tell us, the attention and the support you give us, we haven't seen this anywhere else. But I think that the challenges are mostly connected to computers, to internet connection, to access to university, and access to job opportunities. Someone might have began going to college, and this has an impact in their performance in the program. But we constantly ask them so that we can try to solve their problems or help them solve their problems. And of course, managing anxiety and stress. Right in the first day, they are concerned, what am I going to do in the last day of the program? And we say, wait a minute, take it easy, one step at a time. Let's do this together. Thank you, Gustavo. Lígia, I want to give you the floor back, and I invite you to talk about something that Gustavo mentioned regarding this younger generation. If we think of ESG principles, they're in the news, they're in the spotlight, and everyone's talking about ESG. Whenever you create a new product, We discuss the purpose behind the product, and people choose brands in the purchasing moment. They think about this type of information, of course. So I wanted to connect that to compliance, governance, and ethics in the health sector. The young generation who's currently in universities, and even new universities, we have many new health colleges coming up in Brazil. Do you believe that this scenario makes it favorable to discuss this with young people so that they are better prepared and better trained to discuss ESG topics and maybe be more aware of them, of these topics? Certainly. Certainly, the change we see currently with, better acknowledgement of social aspects, governance, and sustainability, this is really important. It's important not just for the finance sector. ESG comes originally from the finance area, but it has an impact in the whole chain, including the health sector. When we speak about compliance to physicians today, this used to be something new, and it's a different experience. And we've seen that oftentimes physicians, they don't know what compliance is about. Medical students don't know what compliance is about. Medical students, in our survey, when we ask young students, we ask them, if a pharmaceutical company pays to you for you to attend a congress with your wife, 70% say, yes, I will take the invitation. And we say, no, you cannot do that. There's no free lunch. So it's important to have this training. We've done a very deep survey in Brazil. These new medical schools are still talking about ethics and bioethics. And this is really important, of course, but these new courses, they are not talking to the young generation about problems that they will face as soon as they get their diploma. We live in a country where corruption is systemic. We need to prepare the young generation of physicians and the young generation of health professionals so that they can be more ethical, and so that they know how to react to these situations, so that they know what is right and what is wrong. If you have a relative and you have them skip the line in a health service, this is wrong. To privilege a relative when there's a line to get a vaccine, a COVID vaccine, this is wrong. And people don't even know. They don't even know this is a subject. This is an issue. We did this question. I give you money to attend a congress, but you're going to have to buy my product. And then they start saying, well, I don't think this is right. But I think that the major problems they will face, are not situations that are as clear as that. Some things are more veiled. I'm going to give you a gift and you don't need to give me anything back. It's not true. We know it's not true. And we have to teach students how to identify these situations. Hence, the importance of this program, and hence my invitation to professors in medical schools to please read this material. It's free of charge and it's very well designed. We have many cases and it's really updated. You can have access to this material online. So from all regions of Brazil, any medical college can use this. Medical schools do not necessarily have material about compliance in their libraries, and now they do have access to this material online. And it's free of charge, precisely because we want to have access to more people and contributing to a better world based in ESG criteria. I hope I did answer your question. Is there a website that people can access to have more information? Of course, I imagine that you will share this information after our panel, and people can find this on LinkedIn, probably. But is there a website that people can access? Yes, of course. Thank you for your question, actually. It's called Compliance for Health. It's written compliance for, the digit for, health. And the whole material is available free of charge. And it was developed by 61 professionals. It's an amazing work. Great. Compliance for health, and 4 is the digit. Thank you very much, Ligia. Gustavo, I have a similar question to you. Companies that are interested in supporting the young people because they're finishing their training cycle, right? And I think that we can invite other companies, different companies, regardless of their size and regardless of their area, companies that want to provide a work opportunity for young people to participate in the labor market. What's your recommendation? What can a company do if they want to get to know more about the program, to maybe support the program somehow, or to support young people who are part of the program? Or maybe other companies or other young people that still need support in their professional development journey. You're on mute, Gustavo. Can you hear me now? We don't have audio from Gustavo. The booth apologizes. Can you hear me now? Okay, now we hear you. Well, I wanted to mention that this is an ecosystem. It's not an isolated initiative. We have invited many companies to be part of that with us. So as a first step, companies that wish to provide a social inclusion opportunity for young people, they don't have to pay anything. Just Google Talento para o Bem. Talento para o Bem. It means talent for good in Portuguese. And there are several websites where you can know more about the program, and you can register to contribute. You can either provide a trainee experience, a 3-month internship for these young people. And also, we can say that our goal is to reach 1,000 software developers. So we invite more and more companies to support this program and to make this ecosystem evolve. Because the challenge is here. There is unemployment and there are many people needing skilled workers. So we need to make the connection, and that's what we're here to do, to make the connection happen. Great, Gustavo. Unfortunately, we are out of time. We have 2 minutes before we finalize, and I really want to thank all the organizers of this event, sharing this information. And this is information that can actually transform people's lives. So I invite everyone that was here today, please share this information so that these experiences can reach more and more people, because we are talking about experience and knowledge that is capable of including young people, developing young people, and increasing ethic, compliance, and governance practices that we have in the health sector. So thank you all for joining. Gustavo, any final remarks? Thank you very much for the opportunity to share this with you. Ligia? Integrity and ethics means health. I think that's my final comment. And we can reach health if we have education. Thank you very much. It has been a pleasure to have you here as real human examples that through joint efforts, we can really make a difference and change the world we live in. I hope that other people will join this work so that we can follow this journey of transformation and of positive impact. I hope that we will leave a positive legacy to everyone. Thank you very much once again.
Transformar o cuidado, criando soluções acessíveis, proporcionando excelência em cada detalhe, somando expertises e multiplicando as capacidades assistenciais. É para isso que o Américas existe. Composto por 18 hospitais e 37 centros médicos e centros de excelência, distribuídos em 5 estados brasileiros e no Distrito Federal, o Américas promove o cuidado em mais de 60 especialidades médicas. Juntas, nossas marcas formam um sistema integrado de serviços de saúde, garantindo acesso a um atendimento diferenciado em todas as fases da vida, com excelência no acolhimento, humanização e alta performance. É assim, unindo estrutura, solidez, experiência e paixão pela medicina, que cumprimos a cada dia a nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a viver de forma mais saudável e contribuir para que o sistema de saúde funcione melhor para todos. Onde tem Américas, tem saúde.
Trying to find my way. Every day, just trying to find my way. Every day.
É muito nova pra ficar tomando remédio pra louco. Essa geração é cheia de história.
I'm gonna break through.
Saúde mental é real. E quando alguém minimiza esse assunto, só aumenta o problema. Se você está passando por isso ou quer entender mais, a Amil pode ajudar. Saiba mais em amilsaudemental.com.br.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity. A surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others, repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right, once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science in everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease, the best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
O Rio tem um laboratório que se importa com você, certificado e acreditado. Não paramos um minuto sequer na pandemia, realizando mais de 1 milhão de exames por mês. Conheça mais. Laboratório Blessing, de mãos dadas com a saúde e com você.
Em meio a tantas mudanças, temos uma certeza: a saúde continua sendo um fator decisivo na vida das pessoas. 1 a cada 4 brasileiros busca um plano de saúde para ter atendimento de qualidade. São pessoas que se preocupam com uma boa assistência médica e odontológica, inclusive na hora de escolher um emprego. Além de oferecer saúde e melhorar o dia a dia das famílias brasileiras, os planos privados salvam vidas. Nós da Fena Saúde temos o compromisso de promover bem-estar e transformar a vida dos cerca de 50 milhões de beneficiários de planos médico-hospitalares e dos quase 30 milhões de brasileiros com planos odontológicos, proporcionando assistência 24 horas por dia. Criamos mais de 3 milhões de empregos. Realizamos mais de 1,5 bilhão de procedimentos médicos e odontológicos por ano. E movimentamos mais de 3% do PIB. Nosso desafio é garantir que a saúde suplementar acompanhe as transformações do mundo, priorizando a satisfação dos beneficiários. Nossa missão é oferecer saúde, cuidado e qualidade de vida para mais e mais brasileiros todos os dias, garantindo tranquilidade em tempos de tantas incertezas.
Fazer com que as pessoas façam mais, sintam-se melhor e vivam mais. Essa é a nossa missão na GSK. Somos uma empresa de saúde global com foco em ciência. Contamos com 3 negócios globais que atuam na pesquisa, desenvolvimento e fabricação de medicamentos, vacinas e produtos de consumo. Há mais de 110 anos, estamos transformando a saúde dos brasileiros. Somos líderes em soluções para a saúde em diversas áreas, como vacinas, HIV e respiratória. Nossos valores e expectativas guiam tudo o que fazemos na GSK e nos apoiam em nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a fazer mais, sentir-se melhor e viver mais.
Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare brings together trusted capabilities to healthcare organizations and partners that enhances patient engagement, empowers health team collaboration, improves clinical and operational data insights, and protects sensitive health data. This integrated solution enables your organization to quickly access a portfolio of released and new healthcare capabilities tailored to the unique requirements of health data in the cloud. It unlocks the power of Microsoft 365, Azure, Dynamics 365, Power Platform, and our extensive partner ecosystem to create trusted end-to-end healthcare solutions. Together, it makes it faster and easier to provide more efficient care and helps support the end-to-end security, compliance, accessibility, and interoperability of health data. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare empowers your organization to engage in more proactive ways with patients and gives caregivers tools to improve workflow efficiency, streamline collaboration, and connect data across existing sources to turn insight into action. Its connected cloud is designed to address your most pressing issues, enabling you with the speed and agility to adjust to change and build resiliency to help you weather today's challenges so you can begin to reimagine tomorrow. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare, empowering health organizations to deliver better experiences, better insights, and better care. Learn more at aka.ms/cloud for healthcare.
A Pronep Life Care, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil. Desde sua fundação, a Pronep Life Care já cuidou de mais de 35 mil vidas e atende em todo o país mais de 2.000 pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joint Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos, em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços, e no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil. De desenvolver o mercado, antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas, para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Seja qual for o seu caminho profissional, O Senac tem um curso para você aprender fazendo. Você pode começar uma profissão do zero ou seguir nossa trilha de desenvolvimento e se aprimorar cada vez mais na sua carreira. Aprender fazendo é a metodologia exclusiva do Senac, que tem foco na prática e faz toda a diferença na formação dos nossos alunos. Saiba mais sobre ela aqui no site. Depois, continue navegando para escolher seu curso e garantir sua matrícula. Senac. Todas as formas de aprender fazendo.
Developed Protector, Environmental Infection Control. Based on international best practices, so we can assure a clean and safe hospital environment, the Protector Advantage is about people, process, and technology. Through education and management, it achieves expertly trained and motivated frontline cleaning staff committed to their vital role in eradicating hospital-acquired infections. Standard processes detail who is responsible for cleaning which items and areas and what products and techniques to use. Protector incorporates the latest, most effective, clinically proven cleaning and decontamination innovations from across the planet. And from assessment to auditing to analysis, it works with you to drive additional value from under-pressure financial resources, ensuring patients are kept free from harm so they can go home when they should. Protector, environmental infection control from Sodexo. Your advantage in the fight against hospital-acquired infections.
Você está na FIS Week. Aqui você encontra as versões imersivas do nosso evento, que vou explicar mais tarde. Você pode escolher o idioma aqui. Aqui você encontra todas as áreas da FIS Week representadas por monumentos históricos. Na pirâmide, você pode acessar o FIS e ainda conhecer mais sobre a história da construção. Aqui você poderá assistir aos painéis do FIS 21, participar da discussão através do chat, enviando perguntas e comentários, além de conferir informações sobre o painel e os participantes. O mesmo vale para o Simetria e o Commits. Clique nos monumentos para acessar os eventos. Você também pode acessar a Meeting Zone no nosso mercado central. Lá você pode agendar um meeting com os nossos parceiros e encontrar outras pessoas que estão participando da FIS Week. E você também pode conferir a programação, os palestrantes, relaxar ouvindo música no nosso oásis e muito, muito mais. Aproveite a FIS Week e faça parte da maior experiência da saúde na América Latina.
Transformar o cuidado, criando soluções acessíveis, proporcionando excelência em cada detalhe, somando expertises e multiplicando as capacidades assistenciais. É para isso que o Américas existe. Composto por 18 hospitais e 37 centros médicos e centros de excelência, distribuídos em 5 estados brasileiros e no Distrito Federal, o Américas promove o cuidado em mais de 60 especialidades médicas. Juntas, nossas marcas formam um sistema integrado de serviços de saúde, garantindo acesso a um atendimento diferenciado em todas as fases da vida, com excelência no acolhimento, humanização e alta performance. É assim, unindo estrutura, solidez, experiência e paixão pela medicina, que cumprimos a cada dia a nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a viver de forma mais saudável e contribuir para que o sistema de saúde funcione melhor para todos. Onde tem Américas, tem saúde.
Trying to find my way. Every day, just trying to find my way. Every day.
É muito nova pra ficar tomando remédio pra louco. Essa geração é cheia de história.
I'm gonna break through.
Saúde mental é real. E quando alguém minimiza esse assunto, só aumenta o problema. Se você está passando por isso ou quer entender mais, a Amil pode ajudar. Saiba mais em amilsaudemental.com.br.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity. A surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others, repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right, once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science. In everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease. The best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
O Rio tem um laboratório que se importa com você, certificado e acreditado. Não paramos um minuto sequer na pandemia, realizando mais de 1 milhão de exames por mês. Conheça mais. Laboratório Blessing, de mãos dadas com a saúde e com você.
Em meio a tantas mudanças, temos uma certeza: a saúde continua sendo um fator decisivo na vida das pessoas. 1 a cada 4 brasileiros busca um plano de saúde para ter atendimento de qualidade. São pessoas que se preocupam com uma boa assistência médica e odontológica, inclusive na hora de escolher um emprego. Além de oferecer saúde e melhorar o dia a dia das famílias brasileiras, os planos privados salvam vidas. Nós da Fena Saúde temos o compromisso de promover bem-estar e transformar a vida dos cerca de 50 milhões de beneficiários de planos médico-hospitalares e dos quase 30 milhões de brasileiros com planos odontológicos. Proporcionando assistência 24 horas por dia. Criamos mais de 3 milhões de empregos. Realizamos mais de 1,5 bilhão de procedimentos médicos e odontológicos por ano. E movimentamos mais de 3% do PIB. Nosso desafio é garantir que a saúde suplementar acompanhe as transformações do mundo, priorizando a satisfação dos beneficiários. Nossa missão é oferecer saúde, cuidado e qualidade de vida para mais e mais brasileiros todos os dias, garantindo tranquilidade em tempos de tantas incertezas.
Fazer com que as pessoas façam mais, sintam-se melhor e vivam mais. Essa é a nossa missão na GSK. Somos uma empresa de saúde global com foco em ciência. Contamos com 3 negócios globais que atuam na pesquisa, desenvolvimento e fabricação de medicamentos, vacinas e produtos de consumo. Há mais de 110 anos, estamos transformando a saúde dos brasileiros. Somos líderes em soluções para a saúde em diversas áreas, como vacinas, HIV e respiratória. Nossos valores e expectativas guiam tudo o que fazemos na GSK e nos apoiam em nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a fazer mais, sentir-se melhor e viver mais.
Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare brings together trusted capabilities to healthcare organizations and partners that enhances patient engagement, empowers health team collaboration, improves clinical and operational data insights, and protects sensitive health data. This integrated solution enables your organization to quickly access a portfolio of released and new healthcare capabilities tailored to the unique requirements of health data in the cloud. It unlocks the power of Microsoft 365, Azure, Dynamics 365, Power Platform, and our extensive partner ecosystem to create trusted end-to-end healthcare solutions. Together, it makes it faster and easier to provide more efficient care and helps support the end-to-end security, compliance, accessibility, and interoperability of health data. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare empowers your organization to engage in more proactive ways with patients and gives caregivers tools to improve workflow efficiency, streamline collaboration, and connect data across existing sources to turn insight into action. Its connected cloud is designed to address your most pressing issues. enabling you with the speed and agility to adjust to change and build resiliency to help you weather today's challenges so you can begin to reimagine tomorrow. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare, empowering health organizations to deliver better experiences, better insights, and better care. Learn more at aka.ms/cloud for healthcare.
A Pronep Lifecare, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil. Desde sua fundação, a Pronep Lifecare já cuidou de mais de 35 mil vidas e atende em todo o país mais de 2.000 pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joint Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos, em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços, e no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde.
Well, as you know, we have some nice news for next year. We will now have two FIS weeks per year, one in May and one in November. In May, we will have 4 events. Innova Summit, which is the greatest event for health innovation in Latin America, and COMPLEXO that we are having this year. So we are having 2 additional days, Fiesta Marketing Summit, Connected to Market, and Liga, which is focused on education. Yes, exactly. We have lots of new things coming up. And now we are going to have our next panel organized by Abrapharma. The topic is pharmacies in the new health ecosystem in Brazil. We will have as a moderator Renato Porto, who is Institutional Relations Director at Abrapharma. And panel members are Cassiano Correr, who coordinates AFA and has founded Clínica RX, and also Sergio Mena Barreto, who's Executive President of Abrapharma. Let's begin. Hello. Good afternoon, Sergio. Good afternoon, Cassiano. Welcome. and welcome to everyone who is watching. It is always a pleasure to discuss health, mostly in a moment where health has become front and center for everyone in the world and also for Brazil. Sergio, I think you could begin, Sergio. You have more than 20 years of experience in the pharmaceutical retail sector. Can you tell us a bit about the sector in Brazil and about this culture that we have of going to a drugstore, to a pharmacy? Can you give us a bit of a historical background? Well, good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here with this amazing audience. I know that over 20,000 people have registered to watch the FIS week. This is an amazing event, mostly in a moment such as the one we are living right now in Brazil. Health has never been such an important topic. It's not that I have 20 years of experience. It's actually 32 years of experience. And these 32 years, I've never seen, every day we have health being in the highlights of newspapers. Of course, we are going through a sad moment of the pandemic, many deaths, people questioning decisions that were made. But I believe that, finally, for one reason, although not a very good reason, health is finally in the spotlight. And health is a topic for all of us. People now know what comorbidity is. People know what is an acute patient. People know labs by names. People have learned to pronounce the names of different pharmaceutical companies. The world will not be the same after this experience. And I think that the awareness about the importance of health is very clear. And here at Abarpharma, we have been aware of the importance of health for many years. We take health into people's homes. It is because of the pharmaceutical industry and because of the services that we provide directly to patients. After a patient has an appointment with a physician, they finally buy medication, and we take quality of health to people's lives, longevity. We decrease the chances of disease, and we are aware of the importance of the role of pharmacies and drugstores. We have 80,000 pharmacies and drugstores in Brazil. We know a lot of drugstores open every day. And whenever you see a new Abarpharma is an association that represents the 26 largest networks of pharmacies and drugstores in Brazil. Whenever you see a new pharmacy that's recently opened, and that's just like the ones that we have in developed countries, that's where you will find excellence in services and a lot of competence, and maybe filling the gap that was left by an institution that did not have all the same experience. And I think this is positive. The more qualified pharmacies and drugstores that we have, and pharmaceutical professionals, better for the population. I wanted to give you two figures. Abarpharma has 43% of the whole Brazilian market of beauty products, hygiene products, and pharmaceutical products. 40% of this market go through 1,600 stores. So we have 10% of the pharmacies, but we have almost half of market share. And we do millions of services. It's as if the whole Brazilian population went 4 times into these thousands of pharmacies that have an excellent structure and that are very well qualified to bring the best possible pharmaceutical services for all Brazilians. We are very proud of everything we've built. Abarpharma is celebrating its 30th anniversary this year, and I think we are in an excellent position. We are proud of the work we do, and we are proud of the pharmacies that we have around Brazil today. Great, Sergio. Yes, it's actually a golden standard. We know that pharmacies from other countries come to Brazil to see how we work here. Cassiano, Sergio talked about service. What are the services provided in a pharmacy before the pandemic and now after the pandemic? What has changed? Well, good afternoon, Renato and Sergio. It's a pleasure to be here with you in this very important event. Well, looking back, we have the big picture, and we have to consider that, we are going through a demographical moment in Brazil where populations are aging. And in Brazil, this is also happening. With an aging population, we have a higher prevalence of chronic diseases. There is an epidemiologic transition connected to this phenomenon. And this is connected also to quality of life. People are living longer. And that brings greater consumption of medication. The amount of people that take 2, 3, 4, sometimes 10 medications a day, to preserve their health and to increase their life expectancy is higher. And also we have to consider technology, not just in medication in the pharmaceutical sector, but also in diagnosis, software, hardware, Internet of Things or IoT. They all allow us to do health assessments that we could not do 20 years ago. Health information about these patients can move around in a easier way. We have eliminated paper, and it's now all digital. So because of all these changes, we have to think of a new pharmacy or drugstore. In Brazil specifically, legislation has been historically stringent on what pharmacies could do. 20 years ago, we could not measure blood pressure in a pharmacy. I know this sounds unbelievable today, but it is true. So if you want to help someone who has high blood pressure, you could not do this in a pharmacy. And we had pharmacists, professional pharmacists available, and they could not conduct these procedures 20 years ago in a pharmacy. Fortunately, this has changed. Now pharmacies can do many things they couldn't. Of course, there's still a path to be followed. In 2014, we had an act that was passed, and it changes the nature of pharmacies in Brazil. Now they are seen as health services providers. And from that point on, pharmacies have the legal safety to finally provide more services. In general terms, what are the services that we provide in pharmacies? Well, we have basic health attention, primary health services, services connected to the early identification of risk. So a quick test of dengue fever, for instance, if you have symptoms, or now with COVID, and if the test is positive, the person can then be referred to a physician. So prevention is a key service in pharmacies. Then we have services for people who already have a diagnosed disease, a person with diabetes or with high blood pressure. We can follow up on the evolution of the disease and in the control of the disease. We can help the patient's journey. Then we have vaccines, which is also connected to prevention and health promotion services. So it's a broad range of vaccines that we can currently make available in pharmacies. And also services connected to the pharmaceutical, the health professional who has a university degree, sometimes even a master's. And we have one of these professionals at every pharmacy. Putting all of this together, we have pharmacies that are a place where people can purchase medications, drugs, and other health-related products, but they are also a place that has become a reference for families, for individuals, in a way that is very much connected to the rest of the health system, to the physicians that serve these patients. And we are connected also to nutrition experts, psychologists. So pharmacies are now present in the population's everyday lives. Yes, thank you. I think we can, of course, say that the pandemic brought different challenges, right? What has changed? You have already said that the pandemic accelerated many changes. What has the pandemic accelerated in pharmacies? How have pharmacies changed throughout the pandemic? It's an excellent question. Yes, the pandemic did accelerate some changes. Pharmacies had to respond to many needs of the population. First, we had to deal with people's fears. Then we had to deal with the need to have answers to citizens. Just look how crazy the beginning of the pandemic was. People were trying to buy masks, hand sanitizers, medications. I remember in early March last year, we needed to supply the stores, and we had no shortage of supplies in pharmacies. So 2020 and 2021, they represent the pinnacle of our work. In recent years, we were preparing for something that we could not fathom that would come, which was the pandemic. If I was training people how to learn how to deal with crisis, how to deal with a retail sector in a crisis, 2020 and 2021 were 2 years of huge learning. In spite of all the negative aspects, it has been a pleasure to go through this challenge, to go through this war that we faced in these last months. And we had to solve some pent-up demands. We are a highly regulated sector, as you know. The health sector is usually slow in general terms because there's a lot of bureaucracy, and we needed to fight bureaucracy. And I have to say that the federal government did respond to all of our demands in the beginning of the pandemic. Myself, Cassiano, and you yourself, Renato, Francisco as well, the government did respond to our questions and our demands. And we now have telemedicine, electronic medical records, integration with apps, with different platforms. So we can, and besides everyday operations, which are already very well designed, we were already undergoing a digital transformation before the pandemic. We were already integrating different channels. Something that the population in general does not know is that currently in our industry, we have a dark store. It's a store that is not open to the general public. Many chains of pharmacies have dark stores. They are like mini distribution centers, mini hubs, and their role is to ensure that the delivery system works in an agile and correct manner. So in e-commerce, we had 500 million, and we moved to 1 billion. And now we are in 2 billion reais in this industry. So it was a growth of 100%, and we will grow an additional 100% until the end of this year. And this is because we are responding to customers' needs. Another very interesting thing that we could achieve, and it was a demand from society, is quick tests. And I think that Cassiano can comment on that. Pharmacies were never as close to the population as we became during the pandemic. We were close to the population, of course, before the COVID pandemic. But throughout recent months, people came to our counter saying, I'm afraid, my mother is sick, my husband is sick at home, and I don't know what to do. And pharmaceutical professionals, they had the answer. They supported this population. Oftentimes, they referred people to the health system because the person would not acknowledge the severity of their own situation. So it was like a crash PhD course on everything we had prepared ever since the act was enacted, the one that Cassiano mentioned. So we are at a different level right now as pharmacies. We did our homework. We faced a very difficult situation. Many pharmacies said, no, I don't want to work with quick COVID tests. I don't want to get involved with the pandemic, but this is unavoidable. We were in the front of a war. It was a battle, and we are coming out of this stronger. Health professionals, pharmaceutical professionals, and even people who work in the cashier, they deserve a medal in their chests because they are stronger now. They know the importance of the roles that they play. Yes, we do see that pharmacies have become a shelter for the population. People could go to a pharmacy and ask questions and solve their questions. Pharmacies are spread all around Brazil, over 80,000 pharmacies around Brazil. Cassiano, I guess you have the icing on the cake in your hands right now. Tell us about the quick COVID tests in pharmacies. How was that work? Can you give us some figures? Can you talk about the commitment to ensuring the quality of these tests and how the tests evolved throughout the pandemic? It's been almost 2 years or more than a year that we are doing these tests, quick tests in pharmacies. Yes, exactly. In March last year, when the pandemic hit Brazil, we already had the first tests. They were antibody tests, which were criticized back then. And in April last year, with Abrafarma, we were already working on a protocol to guide pharmacies on how they could provide the test, not just test protocols, but also safety in the flow of customers and decreasing the risk of contamination of the professionals who work in pharmacies. Anvisa, which is the Brazilian FDA, they authorized the execution of quick COVID tests in pharmacies last year. And just in the following day after receiving this authorization, we already had Abrafarma pharmacies conducting these tests because they were prepared. And the rest is history. We had different stages of the pandemic, different moments. We had a peak late last year, as you remember. Then we had a higher peak in March this year. And in the last 100 weeks, we've had in which pharmacies have conducted these quick tests. We are following up on these tests. Over 11 million quick COVID tests. Millions of patients were served all around Brazil from different age brackets. The most common test is the antigen test. It's the one with a swab. It's the nasal swab test, and we can provide the results in about 10 minutes, and we can give the results to the patient in about 10 minutes. When the result is positive, we can refer patients to a physician, whether they have to go to a physician immediately, depending on the symptoms, or if they can go home. We have a set of structured questions that the pharmacist asks patients. So we have this very safe protocol. The quality of tests, which was questioned for a while, but with time, the market solved this issue. In pharmacies, although we have hundreds of different quick tests registered in Brazil, pharmacies actually worked with a restricted number of tests from about 10 or 15 different providers, precisely because of the severe qualification process of these test suppliers. The tests were validated through assays in laboratories in Brazil, reliable laboratories. So there was a huge concern. We did not want to go wrong. And we had to face a surge in demand. Pharmacies scheduled these tests, most of them. We created online scheduling systems so that we could serve the demand and avoid too many people and pharmacies at one. We had tents outside many pharmacies in a drive-through system. And pharmacies were working round the clock at night, sometimes even, at dawn. We had 24/7 services in pharmacies. And in spite of these figures, 11 million tests, the capacity to serve from our pharmacies is amazing. This is something we are looking at. In spite of the surge in demand, pharmacies had 60% of their capacity to serve occupied. And what do I mean by that? Well, whereas other sectors of the health system, mostly hospitals, were overwhelmed and almost collapsing because of high demand, pharmacies did meet the demand of the population. They managed to serve patients, and they were not overwhelmed. They were far away from a collapse. Quite the opposite. Pharmacies had capacity to serve if it was necessary, to serve more people. And still speaking about quick tests, yes, COVID is the icing in the cake, as you said. Our current technologies allow us to conduct over 30 different quick tests. We have different types of technologies coming from different countries. We have readers that conduct very complex exams such as cholesterol, diabetes, prostate exams, specific antigens, beta HCG, which is a blood test to test for pregnancy. Women can do that, and they can start their prenatal follow-up immediately. And also a gamut of quick tests for infectious diseases or contagious diseases such as COVID. We already had this in Brazil in the public sector for HIV, dengue fever, chikungunya fever, hepatitis. All these quick tests are already conducted in many pharmacies. And many people sometimes have symptoms, but it's hard to identify what's the disease. They go to a pharmacy searching for a drug for that symptom, and the pharmacist may then refer the patient to a physician to reach a more precise diagnosis. So quick tests is an area that has a lot to grow, but I think that the important part is that the Brazilian population has discovered they can count on pharmacies, not just as a place to buy medication, but also to take tests, to do exams, and to search for the help of our pharmacist at accessible prices.
I think both you, Sergio, and you, Cassiano, what you both said really reiterates the commitment of healthcare with pharmacy and also the commitment to transformation. It's important to prevent. It's important for people to be careful in that regard. And quick tests can be an important tool in the early diagnosis, which certainly decreases the healthcare costs and any harm to the population. So has it changed? We are leaving the pandemic behind, hopefully. So what can we expect, Sergio, in terms of new services, in terms of not only a new pharma industry, but in terms of what we can make available to consumers? Can we think that these legal barriers are now a thing of the past, and we're moving towards pharmacies being able to provide primary care to consumers and patients? I believe so. We're talking about a new pharma industry, a modern one that has no shortage of products, with a room dedicated to pharmaceutical services, with highly qualified professionals that are deeply aware of their role in the healthcare system. But we're lagging behind, Renato. It's been 20 years, if I remember. It was the first year. I've been at Abrapharma for 21 years. I went to a pharmacy in Spain and I saw a device there, a Refratron for venal puncture. And there was a mini lab in their store. It's been 20 years, and 20 years into the future, we're still discussing about how to bring the point of care to pharmacies. So the law allowed us to make some progress in 2013, but now we have to take another leap. We have taken a leap forward, but we really have to advance now in terms of quick tests and other possibilities that pharmacies can offer. I know that we are now in a disruptive era. This morning, I was in a telemedicine panel, and Eduardo Cordioli from Einstein was giving us examples of how service is happening remotely in locations where it would take us 5 days to get to by boat. Maybe the person has a heart attack or any other problem. Who should they resort to? We have over 1,000 municipalities in Brazil with little or no medical assistance. I am from Ceará, and the main investment that the municipality does is to purchase new ambulances to take patients and take them to the closest clinic. And it's in these locations that telemedicine, it's them that they're going to help. And it is in pharmacies that telemedicine can be useful and help pharmacists provide the emergency care to patients that have no one to resort to in their cities. And it's not only in small cities that I'm talking about, but in mid-sized cities too. We know that our system is, well, it's not that it's inadequate, but it's unfair. Some people have more access, some people have less access, and pharmacies can very well contribute to that, to improving that situation and curate diseases and help patients that have now expanded their awareness about their health conditions during the COVID-19 crisis. Now they're going to be empowered to take better care of their health. I always like to give the example of my mother-in-law, and she could be taking care of the disease with the support of pharmacists. So we have we have room for improvement. We can use quick tests and other tools where pharmacists can be the longa manus of physicians and help them take good care of patients. And also to have patients take better care of their health, like my mother-in-law, when she goes see her doctor and he tells her that, well, your triglycerides are at 380 again. So since since health has become the center of our lives during the pandemic, it is our role to transform this into a leap forward. And in that regard, pharmacies have a fundamental role. The possibility of doing quick tests and bringing more technologies to pharmacies and becoming more integrated into the healthcare system, and probably having a physician at pharmacies seeing patients through telemedicine. And we have to look forward and think that as a country, we can achieve much better results in terms of healthcare than the ones that we've been achieving so far. This is our challenge, and we have 8,600 pharmacies. Very soon, we're going to have 9,000, 10,000, and they're all going to be available to the population to improve healthcare as a whole. That's great. Well, Sergio, you actually answered a few questions that I was going to ask you. But before we do that, Cassiano, what does maintaining service quality entail? It's very important to tell the population. I know that Abrafarma has a training program. You coordinate several activities. So how do we maintain the current services at pharmacies, a precise, accurate services? Thank you for your question, Renato. Well, there's two basic aspects. The first is training human resources or working with pharmaceuticals as healthcare professionals and giving them more possibilities to get trained and updated in their skills about these new services and technologies that are emerging. Obviously, we're talking about professionals that went to medical school, but 15 years after their graduation, the world's changed a lot. And we have to retrain these professionals. And that's fundamental if we want to maintain quality of care. The second thing is protocol and standardization. Healthcare requires us to standardize everything, whether it is procedures or a step-by-step of a medical history with the patient, the way you deliver test results to patients. I mean, there are clinical guidelines and there's science behind that, and that has to be followed if we want to achieve a certain standard of quality in our care. And with that, to be able to maximize and to improve the health outcomes that we deliver to our patients. So there's these two sides to it, training professionals and standardizing protocols. The advanced program in pharmaceutical training of Abrafarma, as other initiatives in Brazil, is based on these two pillars, in addition to the outpatient setting, discussing the regulatory aspects. But as a routine, pharmaceuticals can count on that support so that we deliver healthcare that is not something minor or something not as accurate. Quite the opposite. It follows international standards and it's up to par with other services anywhere in Brazil or the world. Well, I think that's a huge challenge. We do have regulatory hurdles ahead of us, and we're going to have to work to overcome them. Sergio, I'm going to merge two questions. The pharmaceutical teleconsultations, are they a reality in Brazil? And is telemedicine already available at pharmaceutical offices? You said that you were participating in a panel this morning. Is that a reality? Well, we have some incipient initiatives. That's not yet a reality. That's still being tested, but that's possibly a product that needs some advancement. It does not replace pharmaceuticals and in-person visits, of course not, but it could be added to in-person services and cater to an existing demand. We have, somebody was telling me today, there was an interview that I was participating in. I think it was Mussolini that said that, well, when the popular pharmacy was created, Abrafarma had to place seats at the stores to meet the demands, and pharmaceuticals are under a lot of demand nowadays. So yes, telemedicine along with pharmaceuticals, well, that's a reality. And this pharmacy of the future, that involves those procedures, I would say. Garciano, do you think that we'll eventually have only pharmacists seeing patients in pharmacies? Well, there's a story that I probably never told when I graduated and I went to Curitiba, and during my first years in pharma and drugstores, during my first years, I was working at a pharmacy where there were only pharmacists. Actually, it was 6 of us working in a small pharmacy that saw lots of patients from healthcare plans, and we provided a series of services back in year 2000. And we also vaccinated people with the flu shot in 2001. And then there came an ordinance that banned that practice. And I was one of the pharmacists that was forbidden from vaccinating people with the flu shot. So I don't think that's really the way forward. Having only pharmacists, we should have well-qualified technicians, as is the case in other countries. We're going to see different services of different complexities being offered. The pharmacies and their desks need to continue to exist, and pharmacists, if they're able to supervise, of course, they're going to be supervising the other employees, but they won't be able to see each and every client in the store. It's never been like that and never will. I think there'll come a point where we will have to seriously discuss the profession of technicians in pharmaceutics in Brazil, because, well, that'll be a good thing for the population in Brazil, but that is a discussion that's still a bit out there for now, I would say. Well, thanks. We're coming to an end with our panel, but one other thing I'd like to say is that we all like to care for people and to take good care of them. Would you say that this will imply any changes to the cost of healthcare? I know that we started out with tests at a certain price. Now the price is different, and now if we compare them with quick tests, they're cheaper. So would the cost change? Can patients go to a pharmacy and expect cheaper services? Yeah, that will change for the better. It will become more accessible and cheaper as well, for sure. And I said this morning, this will always be a high-tech market, but also a high-touch market. We're going to have telemedicine and channel and everything else, and people will be looking at their smartphone screens, but it's the human touch that differentiates the pharma industry from other sectors. And this is what and this is what we're going to continue to be. And my best regards to Rodrigo and everyone from FIS. Cassiano, a final statement, please. I just want to thank you. That was a very good conversation. Congratulations on a great event. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sergio. Thank you, Cassiano. I want to thank FIS. This has been undoubtedly a very special event in the healthcare agenda of Brazil, with extremely good discussions. And hopefully in the last 45 minutes, we're able to give you an idea of the new role of pharmacies in this new healthcare ecosystem, trying to anticipate problems and take society to a new and better situation. So thank you. Thank you, Renato. And congratulations. Thank you, Cassiano.
Transformar o cuidado, criando soluções acessíveis, proporcionando excelência em cada detalhe, somando expertises e multiplicando as capacidades assistenciais. É para isso que o Américas existe. Composto por 18 hospitais e 37 centros médicos e centros de excelência, distribuídos em 5 estados brasileiros e no Distrito Federal, o Américas promove o cuidado em mais de 60 especialidades médicas. Juntas, nossas marcas formam um sistema integrado de serviços de saúde, garantindo acesso a um atendimento diferenciado em todas as fases da vida, com excelência no acolhimento, humanização e alta performance. É assim, unindo estrutura, solidez, experiência e paixão pela medicina, que cumprimos a cada dia a nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a viver de forma mais saudável e contribuir para que o sistema de saúde funcione melhor para todos. Onde tem Américas, tem saúde.
Trying to find my way. Every day, just trying to find my way.
nova para ficar tomando remédio para louco. Essa geração é cheia de história.
Saúde mental é real. E quando alguém minimiza esse assunto, só aumenta o problema. Se você está passando por isso ou quer entender mais, a Amil pode ajudar. Saiba mais em amilsaudemental.com.br.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity, a surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others, repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right. Once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science. In everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease. The best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
O Rio tem um laboratório que se importa com você, certificado e acreditado. Não paramos um minuto sequer na pandemia, realizando mais de 1 milhão de exames por mês. Conheça mais. Laboratório Blessing, de mãos dadas com a saúde e com você.
Em meio a tantas mudanças, temos uma certeza: a saúde continua sendo um fator decisivo na vida das pessoas. 1 a cada 4 brasileiros busca um plano de saúde para ter atendimento de qualidade. São pessoas que se preocupam com uma boa assistência médica e odontológica, inclusive na hora de escolher um emprego. Além de oferecer saúde e melhorar o dia a dia das famílias brasileiras, os planos privados salvam vidas. Nós, da Fena Saúde, temos o compromisso de promover bem-estar e transformar a vida dos cerca de 50 milhões de beneficiários de planos médico-hospitalares e dos quase 30 milhões de brasileiros com planos odontológicos. Proporcionando assistência 24 horas por dia. Criamos mais de 3 milhões de empregos. Realizamos mais de 1,5 bilhão de procedimentos médicos e odontológicos por ano. E movimentamos mais de 3% do PIB. Nosso desafio é garantir que a saúde suplementar acompanhe as transformações do mundo, priorizando a satisfação dos beneficiários. Nossa missão é oferecer saúde, cuidado e qualidade de vida para mais e mais brasileiros todos os dias, garantindo tranquilidade em tempos de tantas incertezas.
Fazer com que as pessoas façam mais, sintam-se melhor e vivam mais. Essa é a nossa missão na GSK. Somos uma empresa de saúde global com foco em ciência. Contamos com 3 negócios globais que atuam na pesquisa, desenvolvimento e fabricação de medicamentos, vacinas e produtos de consumo. Há mais de 110 anos, estamos transformando a saúde dos brasileiros. Somos líderes em soluções para a saúde em diversas áreas, como vacinas, HIV e respiratória. Nossos valores e expectativas guiam tudo o que fazemos na GSK e nos apoiam em nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a fazer mais, sentir-se melhor e viver mais.
Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare brings together trusted capabilities to healthcare organizations and partners that enhances patient engagement, empowers health team collaboration, improves clinical and operational data insights, and protects sensitive health data. This integrated solution enables your organization to quickly access a portfolio of released and new healthcare capabilities tailored to the unique requirements of health data in the cloud. It unlocks the power of Microsoft 365, Azure, Dynamics 365, Power Platform, and our extensive partner ecosystem to create trusted end-to-end healthcare solutions. Together, it makes it faster and easier to provide more efficient care and helps support the end-to-end security, compliance, accessibility, and interoperability of health data. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare empowers your organization to engage in more proactive ways with patients and gives caregivers tools to improve workflow efficiency, streamline collaboration, and connect data across existing sources to turn insight into action. Its connected cloud is designed to address your most pressing issues, enabling you with the speed and agility to adjust to change and build resiliency to help you weather today's challenges so you can begin to reimagine tomorrow. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare, empowering health organizations to deliver better experiences, better insights, and better care. Learn more at aka.ms/cloud-for-healthcare.
A Pronep Lifecare, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil. Desde sua fundação, a Pronep Lifecare já cuidou de mais de 35 mil vidas e atende em todo o país mais de 2.000 pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joy Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica, investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos, em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços, e no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil. De desenvolver o mercado, antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Seja qual for o seu caminho profissional, o Senac tem um curso para você aprender fazendo. Você pode começar uma profissão do zero ou seguir nossa trilha de desenvolvimento e se aprimorar cada vez mais na sua carreira. Aprender fazendo é a metodologia exclusiva do Senac, que tem foco na prática e faz toda a diferença na formação dos nossos alunos. Saiba mais sobre ela aqui no site. Depois, continue navegando para escolher seu curso e garantir sua matrícula. Senac. Todas as formas de aprender fazendo.
Developed Protector, Environmental Infection Control. Based on international best practices, so we can assure a clean and safe hospital environment, the Protector Advantage is about people, process, and technology. Through education and management, it achieves expertly trained and motivated frontline cleaning staff committed to their vital role in eradicating hospital-acquired infections. Standard processes detail who is responsible for cleaning which items and areas and what products and techniques to use. Protector incorporates the latest, most effective, clinically proven cleaning and decontamination innovations from across the planet. And from assessment to auditing to analysis, it works with you to drive additional value from under-pressure financial resources, ensuring patients are kept free from harm so they can go home when they should. Protector, Environmental Infection Control from Sodexo. Your advantage in the fight against hospital-acquired infections.
Você está na FIS Week. Aqui você encontra as versões imersivas do nosso evento, que vou explicar mais tarde. Você pode escolher o idioma aqui. Aqui você encontra todas as áreas da FIS Week representadas por monumentos históricos. Na pirâmide, você pode acessar o FIS e ainda conhecer mais sobre a história da construção. Aqui você poderá assistir aos painéis do FIS 21, participar da discussão através do chat, enviando perguntas e comentários, além de conferir informações sobre o painel e os participantes. O mesmo vale para o Simetria e o Comets. Clique nos monumentos para acessar os eventos. Você também pode acessar a Meeting Zone no nosso Mercado Central. Lá você pode agendar um meeting com os nossos parceiros e encontrar outras pessoas que estão participando da FIS Week. E você também pode conferir a programação, os palestrantes, relaxar ouvindo música no nosso oásis e muito, muito mais. Aproveite a FIS Week e faça parte da maior experiência da saúde na América Latina.
Transformar o cuidado, criando soluções acessíveis, proporcionando excelência em cada detalhe, somando expertises e multiplicando as capacidades assistenciais. É para isso que o Américas existe. Composto por 18 hospitais e 37 centros médicos e centros de excelência, distribuídos em 5 estados brasileiros e no Distrito Federal, o Américas promove o cuidado em mais de 60 especialidades médicas. Juntas, nossas marcas formam um sistema integrado de serviços de saúde, garantindo acesso a um atendimento diferenciado em todas as fases da vida, com excelência no acolhimento, humanização e alta performance. É assim, unindo estrutura, solidez, experiência e paixão pela medicina, que cumprimos a cada dia a nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a viver de forma mais saudável e contribuir para que o sistema de saúde funcione melhor para todos. Onde tem Américas, tem saúde.
Trying to find my way. Every day, just trying to find my way. Every day.
É muito nova pra ficar tomando remédio pra louco. Essa geração é cheia de história.
I'm gonna break through.
Saúde mental é real. E quando alguém minimiza esse assunto, só aumenta o problema. Se você está passando por isso ou quer entender mais, a AMIL pode ajudar. Saiba mais em amilsaudemental.com.br.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity. A surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others, repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right, once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science. In everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease. The best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
O Rio tem um laboratório que se importa com você, certificado e acreditado. Não paramos um minuto sequer na pandemia, realizando mais de 1 milhão de exames por mês. Conheça mais. Laboratório Blessing, de mãos dadas com a saúde e com você.
Em meio a tantas mudanças, temos uma certeza: a saúde continua sendo um fator decisivo na vida das pessoas. 1 a cada 4 brasileiros busca um plano de saúde para ter atendimento de qualidade. São pessoas que se preocupam com uma boa assistência médica e odontológica, inclusive na hora de escolher um emprego. Além de oferecer saúde e melhorar o dia a dia das famílias brasileiras, os planos privados salvam vidas. Nós da Fena Saúde temos o compromisso de promover bem-estar e transformar a vida dos cerca de 50 milhões de beneficiários de planos médico-hospitalares e dos quase 30 milhões de brasileiros com planos odontológicos, proporcionando assistência 24 horas por dia. Criamos mais de 3 milhões de empregos, realizamos mais de 1,5 bilhão de procedimentos médicos e odontológicos por ano e movimentamos mais de 3% do PIB. Nosso desafio é garantir que a saúde suplementar acompanhe as transformações do mundo, priorizando a satisfação dos beneficiários. Nossa missão é oferecer saúde, cuidado e qualidade de vida para mais e mais brasileiros todos os dias, garantindo tranquilidade em tempos de tantas incertezas.
Fazer com que as pessoas façam mais, sintam-se melhor e vivam mais. Essa é a nossa missão na GSK. Somos uma empresa de saúde global com foco em ciência. Contamos com 3 negócios globais que atuam na pesquisa, desenvolvimento e fabricação de medicamentos, vacinas e produtos de consumo. Há mais de 110 anos, estamos transformando a saúde dos brasileiros. Somos líderes em soluções para a saúde em diversas áreas, como vacinas, HIV e respiratória. Nossos valores e expectativas guiam tudo o que fazemos na GSK e nos apoiam em nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a fazer mais, sentir-se melhor e viver mais.
Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare brings together trusted capabilities to healthcare organizations and partners that enhances patient engagement, empowers health team collaboration, improves clinical and operational data insights, and protects sensitive health data. This integrated solution enables your organization to quickly access a portfolio of released and new healthcare capabilities tailored to the unique requirements of health data in the cloud. It unlocks the power of Microsoft 365, Azure, Dynamics 365, Power Platform, and our extensive partner ecosystem to create trusted end-to-end healthcare solutions. Together, it makes it faster and easier to provide more efficient care and helps support the end-to-end security, compliance, accessibility, and interoperability of health data. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare empowers your organization to engage in more proactive ways with patients and gives caregivers tools to improve workflow efficiency, streamline collaboration, and connect data across existing sources to turn insight into action. Its connected cloud is designed to address your most pressing issues. enabling you with the speed and agility to adjust to change and build resiliency to help you weather today's challenges so you can begin to reimagine tomorrow. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare, empowering health organizations to deliver better experiences, better insights, and better care. Learn more at aka.ms/cloud-for-healthcare.
A Pronep Lifecare, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil. Desde sua fundação, a Pronep Lifecare já cuidou de mais de 35 mil vidas e atende em todo o país mais de 2.000 pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joint Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos, em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços, e no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil. De desenvolver o mercado, antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Seja qual for o seu caminho profissional, o Senac tem um curso para você aprender fazendo. Você pode começar uma profissão do zero ou seguir nossa trilha de desenvolvimento e se aprimorar cada vez mais na sua carreira.
our day at this summit, and our moderator will be the innovation manager of the Sabin Group, and the participants are going to be Rafael Oki and Jamil Kaji, founder and CEO of WeCare. Before we start, I'd like to remind you that our survey is still on, and to participate, just point your camera towards the QR code that's in the corner of your screen. We want to hear your opinion about the FIS week. Let's get started. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with you today. I'm Ismael Camargo, Head of Innovation at the Sabin, and that's where I'm at right now. That's why I'm wearing a mask. I apologize for that. Our conversation will be about access and impact. So why are we going to talk about that in a context of digital health? They're highly connected, these two subjects, and highly connected to digital health. Back in 2011, I was in the United States when people were starting to talk about digital health. And back at that time, access was already a hot topic. Back then, we did not talk about artificial intelligence or virtual reality. It was simply the internet. And that's what people used to say, that the internet would broaden the scope of health, and that we would be able to broaden access without necessarily having to increase costs. 10 years have gone by, many initiatives have occurred, and I think that there are a few solutions that are really meeting these needs and fulfilling this purpose of digital health, which is to broaden access and cause more impact. We have with us today two representatives that are, two founders that are representatives, Shamil from WeCare and Rafael from IC Labs. Before we start talking about this subject, I would like for each one of them to introduce themselves, starting with Shamil, please. Thank you, Isvan. And good afternoon, everybody. So for the second year in a row, we're participating in the FIS initiative. Thank you for the invitation. This is a great week. I was able to see many longtime friends like you, for instance. I am Jamil Kaji. I did 3 medical residencies at the University of São Paulo, and I became an entrepreneur in 2014, working on projects with an impact on healthcare, mainly focusing on telemedicine in acute heart attack in São Paulo, where we were able to refer over 1,000 patients over the course of 3.5 years of a project to catheterism, which is the gold standard, with an impact on mortality reduction and costs. And that's where I started becoming engaged in the creation of WeCare, which is a startup. So once again, thank you very much, Isvan. I'll give the floor back to you. Thank you, Rafa, for being with me in this panel. I have a deep admiration for you. Thank you, and thank you for accepting our invitation. We know that you're extremely busy, so thank you very much for dedicating some time to this conversation with us. Rafael, could you tell us about yourself and ICI Labs, please? Sure. It's a pleasure to be here with you, my longtime friends. It's a pleasure to participate at the FIS. I've been here in past years. I'm Rafael Oki. I'm a founder of the Solvirus.com social project that then originated the Saving Lives, which I can tell you more about. I'm an engineer. I studied in France for 2 years. Then I went to the MIT, and I have, with the purpose of specializing in supply chain, there's a global problem related to the lack and waste of blood. And we currently work with the main blood banks in Brazil. We're also expanding our operations to the United States with the purpose of saving lives using data science. So in a nutshell, that's what I do. And I can elaborate on that later if necessary. That was perfect, Rafael. Thank you. You said that you studied in France and at the MIT, like you went to the corner and came back. But anyway, we're going to be exploring your experience, and Jamil is also highly experienced. Anyway, I want to start by asking you a few questions. First to Jamil. Jamil, how do you help in pre-hospital care, and how can you cause an impact on health outcomes? Thank you. Well, We Care is a startup that works in urgencies and emergencies in a pre-hospital setting. So we create solutions to automate the process involving the patient journey from end to end, whether it is in a primary unit, secondary unit, an ambulance, and that allows us to screen patients for severity based on international protocols and immediate guidance of what to do based on clinical severity, according to the information that we get. We are in an integration with multi-parameter monitors that capture these data regardless of where the patient is. And with that, we're able to automate the process and do a risk assessment. And we can also regulate for services with the necessary technical and human resources that are required to help these patients. We know that the main causes of death, we have physical trauma below 45, heart attack above age 45. So our goal was to allow these people to be helped by healthcare professionals with a mobile device through tablets. And by entering data or capturing multi-parameter monitors, we wanted to be able to assess them for risk and which georeferenced hospitals would have the adequate resources, and letting hospitals know that the victim is about to arrive, and also allowing them to see physicians if they're our customers, or We Care customers if the customers do not have their own physicians, which is a recurring thing in this market. And at the same time, Isvan, we capture the same metrics, the places that the patients are referred to based not only on geolocation, but also clinical data, generating data and metrics in real time about a sector that's never had this type of data, which is the pre-hospital sector. Thus far, what we've had is based on paperwork, pen and paper, or voice call over the phone. So we basically automated the process and digitalized the process for our customers or for their physicians to be able to better serve them. We've always thought that our journey in terms of impacting health, reducing costs and death rates made a lot of sense, because these patients, when they're hospitalized, if they're referred poorly, incorrectly, the expenses will be at least 6 times higher. We're talking about public and private healthcare scenarios, which are the hospitals that these customers get sent to. So we wanted to have an impact on health in terms of reducing costs, reducing by reducing inadequate transportation by 40%, optimizing time by 30%. And when patients are referred, they're referred within a much shorter time frame, and they consume fewer resources. So they also spend less, on average 20% less than patients going to different hospitals. WeCare has in its DNA a DNA of data science in all of our processes. So now we are setting up heat maps of events based on geolocation, based on clinical data, and we're creating predictive models of where the urgencies and emergencies are going to occur in the cities where we're at, so that our customers are able to better serve these victims, whether they're inside a primary unit, a secondary hospital, in a verticalized chain, or a health insurer, or even the companies that operate ambulances and rescue vehicles. And we endow them with a module. And we thought that that was our role and our purpose. After the pandemic hit us, we also started working with elective teleconsultations, focusing on regulation. So currently our solution for elective medical visits, they're also applied to some pre-hospital customers. We're also focusing on telemedicine booths with the Flex Medical teams and other ongoing projects, some of them in partnership with Sabin. So our intention is to I wanted to tell you about this is basically what we do. So thank you for the opportunity. No, thank you. That was brilliant. I think your value proposition is unique. The healthcare business is not really global. Some solutions that you see in some countries do not work in others due to regulatory aspects or even the clinical profile of each country. And due to that, I think that health tends to be a sector that will be at the leading edge of innovation. Like we see that in other industries, there's copycat type of behavior, solutions that people see abroad and end up replicating in Brazil. But due to the circumstance that I told you about, that involves the healthcare department, I think that we can really be really innovative. And WeCare is really an example of that. So congratulations. We'll talk more about that solution. And now I would like to hear it from Rafa. How can you help blood banks avoid shortage and waste of blood? Thank you for the question. Well, I created the initiative back in 2016. My grandparent needed a transfusion, and my fiance, back then she was my girlfriend, she would have to go to a neighboring city, travel 100 kilometers to donate. And I asked her, well, why are you going to do that and donate in another city? And she told me that, well, because they need my blood type over there. I saw it on a social network. Well, it would be much more intelligent if we had a record of people interested in donating, and we could invite those people according to the need and or blood type, and engage these people to donate according to need, because it's a chronic problem. We see that every month. With the pandemic, it got worse. So that's when I created the salvevidas.com as a social project. Then it started growing. I had created a startup in France for digital marketing. So I thought, well, with my technical knowledge, with my marketing knowledge, I think I can help blood banks. But I started seeing that the problem is much worse than it seems. It's not only about taking donors or taking the correct blood type. The blood banks also suffer with waste because of the expiration date, and people are sometimes not aware of that. And this problem is so complex that it is a global problem. As Isvan said, right now, this is one of the very few problems that is probably general. The entire world suffers from that problem. And I ended up specializing in the MIT with this goal to understand how we could keep adequate stock levels at blood banks, given the need to have altruistic donors that simply go donate because they want to. And I thought, well, can I apply this knowledge about digital marketing and production and supply chain technology, computers? And then it came data science to solve this problem. And we hadn't had a systemic solution for it. So we created the Save Lives startup, the Save Lives company, with investments from Albert Einstein and other angel investors. And over the course of these years, we started expanding the solution. And as I said, we serve most of the blood banks that represent almost 20% of all collections in Brazil. And we've been developing solutions for the United States. We see that that global problem, it's not restricted only to Brazil. And we have the benefit, quote unquote, of being a program where this is standardized all over the world. The blood bags are a standard, and this makes it easier for us to create value for blood banks in other countries as well. So we help blood banks through salvevidas.com. From a social perspective, it's free of charge, where we invite donors to register, and we invite registered donors to go donate according to the need for their blood type. And on the other hand, Saving Lives also helps blood banks using data and bringing data to life, and that's used to decrease costs and improve operations and improve the entire workflow, empowering the entire operation. So that's how we help the blood banks save more lives, and with the donations of these altruistic people. And at the end of the day, they are the ones that make a difference. That's fantastic. So you started with a simple statement. You told us about your girlfriend's story, and then you went deeper and deeper into this context and started finding out things that you probably never imagined before. Usually that's how it works in the healthcare industry. We have ideas that may sound simple, but in sounding simple, they still have a huge impact. If you have to over-explain what they do, they're usually not interesting. So congratulations, Rafa. And going back to Jamil, you said that you're a physician, an assistentialist doctor. So how did you transition to that?
The question is excellent, and the answer is super difficult, because I've been trained as a doctor. As I said, after I had 3 medical residencies in São Paulo, I did my PhD in cardiology, the Federal University of São Paulo. But when I joined in 2014 in a pioneer project of telemedicine for acute infarction in the East Zone of São Paulo, we were a benchmark then in 17 cities and 13 other countries in addition to Brazil. And I ended up understanding the fact that we could impact and make an impact to health. We could care for many more patients than just going to the hospital and doing catheterism during an infarction, for example, and this kind of intervention. So I spent 17 years in the emergency ER with Albert Einstein, etc. And at the same time, I saw the patients when they would arrive, they would come from other units, from other locations. So when they were outside the appropriate care window. In ER, you have sort of gold hours, and they would come without a clear indication or without clear need, because actually they could have gone to a hospital of lower or smaller ticket. That really annoyed me, because the problem was not that our getting those victims and providing primary care. We had to care for those patients and take care of the whole journey of the patient. And looking at this scenario and experiencing it, I've always been a doctor focused on emergencies. I ended up creating a product in 2018 based on one of those presentations, which was teletrauma, a very nice project that many people actually, and actually I met Rafa at the time at teletrauma in 2018. Then we had a pandemic. We met a few times. It was quite interesting project that we actually decided to provide support to cranial trauma, and we were amongst the 10 best ideas from Stanford in 2018. So we decided that it made sense. So it was a group of Stanford where we had 65 students, only 4 doctors. I thought it would be worthwhile working with that as a president. From then on, we had several experimentations. Team set up. We Care has now 16 up to moving on to 17 associates. And we decided that it wasn't worthwhile talking about physical trauma. It was worthwhile talking about several things, trauma and several things, and regardless whether the victim was from the unit where there were no experts, because many times you don't have a neurosurgeon in basic units, and you have to talk to a generalist for first care or primary care, and ambulances and rescue. And we saw that even half the ambulance don't even have a doctor on board. So we understand to the roadmap of the victim, so how they would go to the hospitals, and they would actually be referred without the need to refer. We created a screening regulation and support through tele appointments with experts from the very beginning, bringing an impact that was important to us for stroke patients, etc. From then on, I never stopped enterprising. At least at We Care, we know that we have to be entrepreneurs, and we have to invest. So especially with our clients and our partners, and we understand that you cannot say when I stopped being a doctor and I became an entrepreneur. There are two things. This is all together. So entrepreneur, doctor from the very beginning, when we choose the profession, the specialty, where we're going to work, how we're going to manage our scale, and our financial part. So the doctor already has that. What I did was obviously to use what I had already experimented with my training and with the teachings of entrepreneurship from Stanford University to create We Care. From then on, we never stopped. You were always there as our mentor in telemedicine. It's a great pleasure to be with you here. Thank you very much. I actually give the floor back to you. Thank you, Jamil. Well, we're talking about the fact that for you to make this transition from medicine to a startup, it was not so difficult because a doctor somehow is an entrepreneur. You're totally right. And now for the engineer, Rafael, what was it like for an engineer to make this transition to the healthcare industry? Great question. Thank you, Istvan. When I chose to take production engineering when I was in middle school, when I thought of my teenage mind, I wanted to set up a company that could help society. That was my motivation to study production engineer. My father is a production engineer, and my description of a production engineer is an organization engineer, organizing things, production process, etc. So I said I want to organize people to attain the same common goal to help society. So I'm going to study production engineering. This comes from way back on, but then I decided to see, what am I going to do? So entrepreneurship, and let alone social entrepreneurship. And I thought about setting up a company that could help society. And I took note during college, several ideas. And as I attended classes, I thought about that and preparing for this moment. That's when I left, went to Chile, lived in Canada, and then France. Well, so I shared the story I told you before, but it was through those experiences that I always tried to be connected as to how I could help society. And then in France, I had this opportunity of setting up a startup geared to digital marketing. And then I had that conflict. How come that for years I have this motivation on helping society, and then we get marketing there? It was not very linked to my purpose of helping society. So I said, this is not what I want to do. It's not linked to my purpose. Let me better prepare. In the better prepare and being tuned into what's around. And then I had my grandfather needing, and say mentioning, well, she said it was not yet a company, it was a social project. And when I saw that problem, that it generated huge costs, a problem to society that is so significant, that's when I managed to marry the teenage dream and setting up a company that could help society to a goal of actually investing and being an entrepreneur in health. And everything we touch here and back to life. And perhaps it's not that we don't have it. Anywhere we actually invest in society will have great impact to society. That was my trajectory. Fantastic. I remember when I was a teenager, when we wanted to change the world, we would set up a rock band. Today, people set up a startup. It's much more effective. Let me ask Jamil another question. I'd like him to tell us about the products and cases from WeCare. Okay. Let's go. I like this analogy to rock band because I've always been very bad with musical instruments. The part of the startup is a bit less problematic to me. I think it's easier than playing an instrument. Okay. WeCare has experimented several separate products. When I said we created teletrauma, Anya, artificial intelligence. So you can get from ECG with a photography, gives you the likelihood of acute heart attack, which is a specific type, more severe type of heart attack or infarction. So we tried another formula with COVID, telecovid. And the fact is that today we have gathered all our know-how and our knowledge basically into two products that we act upon: telecare, pre-hospital care, and it's a platform that allows you, as I said, to automate processes: pre-hospital care, basic healthcare unit, ambulance, providing all the screening. Well, if there is a stroke, infarction, trauma, with a part of regulation automated based on resources, whether public or private, and we have specialty appointments for the sort of tertiary destination. So we try to get all the data, metrics, information on the patient, and having also some predictive models. So telecare and APH, we have certain validations with major customers from roadways, highways, cities like Sao Paulo, and we have an important landmark because today we can, for example, deduct the referral time of those victims to hospitals. So we can be 10 minutes shorter. Those working with emergency, this is super important because one of the modules of our service for the drivers that is at the upfront, that's a major player in this scenario. And today we use a navigation system that somehow provides the best path or journey, so the time they should take based on that. navigation system. So we bring that to users. So users increasingly get to destination faster because they know they are being monitored somehow. At the same time, the healthcare team of this unit's basic ambulances and basic units and secondary hospitals, we allow them to collect data. We work with multi-parameter models. We guide them to what to do, and we tell them which patients should be referred to, say, higher level hospitals. So we have this sort of health network, so we avoid unnecessary transportation and obviously reduce costs in a very drastic way. For example, we have 40% reduction of transportation that could be avoided. Actually, you can provide support. Patients know they can stay where they are, and there will be a doctor that will see them if we avoid the overflow of higher ticket hospitals, because it's a lot of spending for the operators. When we have the system more verticalized from the pandemic, we made an experimentation with tele-COVID, which was a platform for the population so that people could be in an anonymous format, could input data and have guidance from healthcare professionals day-to-day capturing clinical data. We ran this solution in Mexico. It was translated into Spanish and we sold the service in Mexico. Here it was certainly free of charge. We had over 4,000 tele appointments, and with that we understood the population service, and we had the telecare and a clinic, which is a platform built by WeCare, and we have our proprietary streaming, and we have our proprietary medical system according to the National Council of Medicine, so according to ordinance, there's and all the record and geolocation data, etc. So our time was, well, we thought we need to combine both into a single project. We understood that the doctor that regulates pre-hospital care is the same doctor that can have that specific visit. So we managed to create a workstation. So we are actually combining projects in the medical system as a service. We can provide the software at the front that actually screens people and process for example, populational care, be it in a booth, in a pharmacy, or direct care to people. And the doctor that is at this workstation can provide support to any kind of scenario. So we ended up understanding that the doctor was the main player in this whole process. And then we can provide not only the software up front to teleappointment or pre-hospital care, and we can also sell the service as a whole. So today we work with the scenarios, and we have clients that use both products, both for their rescue ambulances and also for home care, and they have that. And so we have, in fact, these two products, and obviously the doctor that is there, they can tell whether the patient has come from emergency, they have clinical data, and they can refer the patient to tele-appointment for patient, regardless of where they are coming from. And what's interesting, as I said, it's really nice to visit to Rafa, and I know Steve lives, and we actually exchanged a lot of ideas last year. And we understand that data is very important. So we can actually today regulate the whole process. So reducing 12 minutes on average of referral of those patients, the cost of necessary referrals and final also because they get to places, to caring units earlier, and they are better cared for. This makes total sense in health. And certainly the startups must have not only focus in reducing deaths and disabilities and also impact to health. So in fact, we have combined the two services into one. And that was something we had in mind when we talked in the past. That was not very clear to us, but this is very clear now because now we have clustered both services into a workstation to provide service, urgency, emergency, or just occasional care. Perfect. Amigo. Sometimes I hear people saying, I have the health WhatsApp. So there's a health, I've created health, Facebook of health. The other day there was somebody talking to me. He said he was creating the SUS of health, so the National Health System of Health. I was trying to understand what he was trying to do. Have you heard, when you talk about the value proposal? Well, he didn't want to tell me what it was. It was a secret, he said. And when you start talking about the value proposal, we care. So it seems to be a bit like urban mobility of health. So you're shortening distances, times, and you're connecting right accounts in this crazy world and saving lives. This is the feeling I get, more or less that. Well, man, we don't like those terms very much. We are an ambulance Uber, as somebody once said. You have many more ambulances that are active than ambulances that are actually parked. I had a live with people from 99 taxi services. People said, I've ever thought about having an ambulance. They said, no, not at all. Well, man, we started, we didn't want to have, and then we said, well, look, well, to undertake this, and our purpose today is, regardless of the term, is it's a base, Uber, whatever it is, to us it doesn't make very much sense, because it's difficult for you to extrapolate all of that. It's basically an extrapolation. People say I'm iFood or something like that. So I think these health extrapolations end up bringing some data that is not very true, in my opinion. Nothing against, really. I see very colleagues and we laugh together, but we understand that what we're doing in this scenario is something really different, because we don't use telemedicine as an end in itself, but we use it as a means. It is a means to provide support. For example, 50% of the APH nurses provide tele appointments, because so there's screening, automation, regulation, and that itself is allowed for the health professional that is there as a specialist to make the correct decision. So in half the cases, on average, they have a teleconsultation, which is extremely valuable, because you don't waste time, you don't spend human resources, medical human resources, which is expensive as well, especially in an urgency situation.
So I don't know if we're like Uber or Waze, or if we're a combination of all that, but I know that we're having an impact, because we're bringing into the healthcare market the perspective of emergency and urgency patients, which has never before been seen. The current systems that do that now, they exchange emails, there's no data science for that. It doesn't generate any metrics. Our form is a three copy form with carbon copy that sometimes it's unreadable. And we created a fully digital form, but it's legible and with data that is entered. I think we're a bit of everything. And it all goes down to, well, in nature, nothing is created, everything is transformed. Many companies preceded us with innovative solutions, whether it is Waze or Uber or a bit of everything. Well, I think that what we've been doing is really nice. And now we're looking at medical regulation according to the needs and and regardless of where the patient is coming from. So these comparisons do exist, and maybe Rafa is, I don't know, Rafa, you're the iFood of blood banks. I don't know, but we don't like these labels. because in fact, I think that healthcare is a very peculiar segment where I don't think that these companies would be able to do really the things that we are doing, which is in fact really specific and extremely differentiated. Well, I can compare that either. Now, data science is pretty new. There are a few companies working with that, so I wouldn't be able to compare that. I think what we've been doing is extremely innovative. Isfan, I think that you froze for a bit and now you're back. Can you hear me now? Yes. Well, I was just told by the organizers that we're supposed to wrap up. Well, it's impossible to talk to two people with so much content like you guys for 40 minutes only. I could spend hours talking to you about this subject, but we'll have the chance to do that for sure. And I want to once again thank you for your presence. And the translation booth apologizes. The speaker is breaking up. My pleasure. Can you hear me? You were breaking up. I think you're back. Can you hear me, Isvan?